Welcome to the February 6th School Board meeting. This meeting is now in session. I wanted to share that we will have simultaneous interpretation in Spanish if needed, and you can pick up the headsets on the back left corner. Stella, who's our interpreter, is waving if you need to get those from her. And this is generally the moment where I would announce for us to rise for our Career Center Air Force JROTC to present the colors, but before I do that, I want to make sure they're here when I make this next announcement. They won, our JROTC won, our Air Force JROTC won first place overall on Saturday in the Glasgow High Classic in Colors Regional Drill Competition in Delaware. Can we give them a big round of applause? And my colleague just reminded me, considering I'm bilingual, I do get nervous when I speak publicly, in case you weren't aware of that. But I do speak Spanish, so I'm going to say that announcement in Spanish for those who may need the translation. Quería avisarles que esta noche tenemos interpretación en español si necesitan los aparatos, gracias, los aparatos. Para la traducción, por favor, visiten con Estela, que está allá atrás, y están aquí atrás, y gracias por estar aquí con nosotros esta noche. Thank you. All right, so now, would everyone please rise as our Career Center Air Force JROTC cadets present the colors.
Reason. Colors. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Order. Colors. Center. Face. Forward. March.
Thank you. You may be seated. Tonight, we have two recognitions for Black History Month. First, the Jefferson Middle School Chorus will perform the Black National Anthem. And I'd like Pam Farrell, Supervisor of Arts and Education, to come up so she can introduce the chorus. And while the students come forward, I invite my board colleagues to join me in the front row. We heard them rehearsing. This is going to be amazing.
Good evening, members of the school board, Ms. Johnson, executive leadership team, and guests. Tonight, we have a student performance by Jefferson Middle School Chorus. under the direction of Mr. Christian Bannock. I would also like to recognize Ms. Keisha Bogan, principal at Jefferson, who is here with her students tonight. In celebration of Black History Month, the students will be performing Lift Every Voice and Sing. It was first publicly performed as a poem as part of a celebration of Abraham Lincoln's birthday on February 12, 1990, by 500 school children at the segregated Stanton School in Jacksonville, Florida. Its principal, James Weldon Johnson, wrote the words to introduce his honored guests, Booker T. Washington. The poem was set to music soon after by Johnson's brother John in 1905. In 1919, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People dubbed it the Negro National Anthem for its power in voicing the cry for liberation and affirmation for African American people. On September 24, 2016, this song was sung by soprano Denise Graves and chorus at the conclusion of the opening ceremonies at the National Museum of African American History and Culture, at which President Barack Obama delivered the keynote address. Please join me in welcoming the Jefferson Middle School's chorus and Mr. Bannock.
Thank you so much for that beautiful performance and for being here tonight to celebrate Black History Month with us. It really was beautiful. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Next, we will Next, we will recognize some of our student leaders. I invite Dawn Smith from School and Community Relations to come up and present this recognition.
Good evening, and thank you, Chair Talento. Black History Month is an annual celebration of achievements by African Americans and a time for recognizing the many contributions and significant roles that Black people play in U.S. history. Arlington Public Schools celebrates Black History Month with a series of community events, African American read-ins at our schools, plays, and the reason that I'm here tonight, the recognition of our student leaders. On behalf of the Office of the Superintendent and the School Board, I am proud to be here to present the 2020 student leaders selected to represent their high schools for Black History Month. This year, we asked our high school administrators to nominate one outstanding student leader to be honored on this night. The students were chosen because of their exceptional leadership qualities and the outstanding contributions that they make in and out of the classroom. Their leadership, active involvement in their school community, and the qualities they possess serve as an example to their peers and reflect the best of Arlington Public Schools. Tonight, you will hear what sets them apart as leaders and role models in their school communities. But before I call the students up, can I ask all the family members and school staff who are here to support our student honorees to please stand. Thank you, and your support is a huge part of their success. Our first student is Faisal Muhammad. Could Faisal please come to the front? So let me tell you a little bit about Faisal. Faisal Muhammad embodies all the best qualities of leadership. As part of the inaugural class of Arlington Tech at the Arlington Career Center, he leads by example by his kindness, integrity, and innovative spirit. Through his advocacy to educate others on the values of being a Muslim, a prayer room was created so that students will have a quiet place to go to observe their prayers. He helped build school spirit and pride as a member of the first Ultimate Frisbee team at the Career Center. Faisal interns as part of the senior capstone experience at Stantec. And the Arlington Career Center is proud to have Faisal Muhammad be their student leader to be honored for Black History Month. Yes. Abel Daniel. And Ms. Thompson is going to come up and accept his certificate, but let me tell you all the great things about him. He is a dedicated student focused on his future and puts forth his best effort in all that he does, balancing school and his life commitments. He's always positive, upbeat, and considerate, and a leader in the school in every class that he takes. He models the values that they instill in their students: empowerment, self-direction, determination, and academic skills. He's diligent in his studies and is not only incredibly reliable, but also is an inquisitive learner seeking answers to every question. He is the perfect representative of Arlington Community High School for all of his positive qualities and his outstanding contributions to the school community. Joanna Agbaka from HB Woodlawn. Joanna is a junior at HB Woodlawn. She's positive, outgoing, driven student who has succeeded academically and socially since starting at HB Woodlawn her freshman year. In addition, Joanna is an active participant in the Arlington Public Schools ROTC program. She is the leader of the Young People of Color Club and a member of the HB Woodlawn Equity and Excellence cohort. Through her work with these two organizations, Joanna has helped produce 2 Black History Month talent shows, and she is a strong advocate around issues of equity and social justice. Faith from Wakefield High School. And Faith, you can tell them your last name because I didn't want to mess it up. What is it? Achugumanu. Wakefield Principal Chris Wilmore says of Faith, meeting Faith, I would have never known that she didn't speak until she was 4 years old. When I first met her as a freshman, she had already made her voice heard. Her teachers adored her as one who answered questions, helped her classmates, and volunteered for everything. Those were just some of the reasons she was named the person most likely to be president by her teachers. Faith challenges herself academically and is an advanced placement capstone diploma candidate. She's a leader in every sense of the word and not only participates actively in her education, but she helps others to achieve their goals. Jasmine Green from Washington Liberty. Jasmine is one of the students that the rest of the student body looks up to. She sets a good example for all the generals to follow. She's an outstanding student inside and outside of the classroom. Jasmine is an incredible athlete and not only is skilled, but a positive force on the court that motivates others to do their best. When her name was mentioned as a possible selection, the entire Washington Lee administrative team agreed unanimously. She's very deserving of this recommendation. And lastly, Galilee Ambulu from Yorktown. Kayla Lou is a senior at Yorktown. She's committed to serving others, and it's evident by her 2-year tenure as president of the Yorktown's Key Club and her representation of Arlington. She's academically curious and challenges herself to take advanced level classes, earning a 4.19 GPA. She is a scholar athlete for basketball and outdoor track and has earned 2 varsity letters already. She's an enthusiastic leader and learner, and her peers listen to her and are positively influenced by her. Her teachers express a great deal of appreciation for her abilities, finding her approachable and helpful. APS is proud of these students for their leadership, commitment to work hard, determination, and most of all, setting the bar for next year's APS student leaders. And school board can come take a picture.
And I would like to invite my school board colleagues to come take a picture and also to recognize Principal Keisha Bogan, whose students were here singing our Black National Anthem. So if we could just thank you, Principal Bogan, for having your students here, and I invite all of the high school principals to stand next to their students this evening for the picture. Do we have, did Dr. Thompson leave already?
No, Dr. Thompson's back there hiding.
Okay. Barbara Thompson, would you please come up for the picture?
I threw you right under that.
I know, I saw you do that, yes. I saw you say, Barbara. A gentle buzz, thank you, yes.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thanks. Are we done or do we have more?
What an inspiring group of students, an amazing evening celebrating Black History Month. We are proud of your accomplishments, and we know that you will have very successful endeavors in your future, and we look forward to hearing all about them. And I also would like to take a moment to thank Dawn Smith from our School and Community Relations for putting this together and presenting our amazing students tonight. And again, TJ Middle School's chorus for having coming to sing for us. Really was an amazing evening. So now we are at announcements, and we have several upcoming meetings that I'd like to share. On February 11th, the School Board Policy Subcommittee will meet at 2 p.m. in the School Board Conference Room. On February 11th, we will also have a work session on the annual update and projections that will inform the upcoming CIP. That work session will start at 6:30 p.m. here in the boardroom. On February 12th, we will hold a closed meeting at 5 p.m. in the School Board Conference Room. And on February 18th, the board will attend the Civic Federation meeting at 7 p.m. in the Hazel Auditorium in Virginia Hospital Center. Colleagues, are there any announcements you would like to make this evening? Okay. I do have a few announcements. I did want to share a letter that was sent out yesterday afternoon to our school system. And I think it's just important to reaffirm our values here in APS, to make sure that people understand that we really work and fight very hard as a system to make sure we have a welcoming and tolerant and open system. And it's important that as community members and as a system, we educate our families, our students, our friends, and our neighbors about hate symbols, what it means. If you're a person from a culture that is not known, people may not know what offends you. People may not understand the things that can hurt you. They may not know your family's history. And so not only should we not tolerate, but we should also educate. And sometimes that takes more strength than it does to walk away. So I just want to share the letter that we wrote this week. Dear APS families and staff, as we reach the midpoint in our school year, we want to take this opportunity to reaffirm our values as a school division that welcomes, respects, and cares for all students, families, and staff, regardless of their race, national origin, creed, color, religion, political affiliation, ancestry, gender, age, sexual orientation, gender identity and expression, or disability. Arlington Public Schools is home to students from 147 different nations. Our diversity and the many cultures, religions, languages that make up our school division continues to be one of our greatest strengths. At APS, we honor and embrace our differences, and we learn from each other. While there are countless examples of our school community celebrating and upholding these values every day, recent incidents across our country and here in Arlington remind us that we are not immune to intolerance. We have seen hate speech and symbols of hate used within our schools. Whether these acts are done intentionally or out of lack of thought or ignorance, we take every reported incident of this nature very seriously. We do not tolerate any form of harassment or discrimination in our schools. As school board members, administrators, parents, and guardians, it is our shared responsibility to model inclusive values, to report and address intolerance when we see it, and to ensure that all feel welcome in our community. Our principals, teachers, and staff continue to reinforce these values in our schools and classrooms as a core part of our curriculum. Throughout all grade levels, we undertake many discussions and activities to teach students about different cultures and about being kind, showing empathy, and accepting others. Additionally, APS offers professional development for staff on cultural competency and inclusive practices throughout the year. We urge you to use this midpoint in the school year to remind your students that if they hear or see something that does not look, sound, or feel like we expect in our community, including hate speech or symbols, they should say something immediately to an administrator, teacher, counselor, or other trusted member of our staff so that APS can address the issue immediately. Ensuring students have an adult in school whom they know they can talk to about anything that arises is one of our core priorities and is an essential part of affirming that our students feel safe and supported in school. All of us can help to foster a community in which all our students feel safe and continue to learn and grow, working and learning together as we honor our differences. The social emotional resources used by APS counselors include lessons on building empathy skills and awareness of diversity. Please talk with your school's counselor if you have questions or need support on this topic. Additional parent and educator resources on diversity and tolerance are available online. You can go to the Scholastic Teaching Diversity, A Place to Begin, Committee for Children Addressing Hate in Schools. And the links are online when you access this letter. And please do not hesitate to contact us if you have any questions. Sincerely, Cynthia Johnson, Interim Superintendent, Tanya Talento, School Board Chair. Thank you for letting me read that. I just want to remind us that if we're going to grow as a community and be tolerant and accepting of each other, we also need to learn how to forgive each other and educate each other. It's how we will move forward, and I hope that we continue to move in this direction, reaffirm our values, and educate our students on tolerance, on our history, and on how we really do grow stronger in a community, working with each other, accepting each other for our differences, and learning about each other. I also wanted to take this opportunity to update you on our superintendent search. We just wrapped up our community engagement about 2 weeks ago, and this evening we will hear the community engagement report out from our consultants, BWP, and they'll be presenting later this evening. I also want to share that the search process that we'll undertake from this point forward will be a confidential process. We will not have a community selection committee, and we will not share our finalists in the search. You will hear about the interview process in an announcement that says we will have a closed meeting in the next 2 weeks to make sure that the process stays confidential. This will ensure that we have the best candidate pool applying for Arlington. And tonight, we're really looking forward and anxious to receive the leadership profile that's been developed by our consultants using all of the community engagement. We had a lot of people participate via the survey and via forums, and it is something that will really provide us the guidance in the analysis that we need to understand the kind of leader we're going to pick for Arlington County Public Schools. So I just wanted to share that information, and the next time that we speak about this, I hope it is to share with you the appointment of a new superintendent. So the report will be posted on board docs tomorrow, and again, that presentation will be coming later this evening under monitoring items. And colleagues, are there any other last comments you'd like to make before okay. Thank you. So we're now going to hear the interim superintendent's announcements and updates. Ms. Johnson.
So good evening. I want to start by celebrating our school counselor. This is School Counseling Week, and we are happy to celebrate National School Counseling Week. APS employs a total of 122 licensed school counselors who serve in many positions, and you can see them here on this slide. School counselors spend 80% of their time in direct service to students as well as in collaboration with families, teachers, and administrators. And some of the things that this includes is delivering classroom lessons, individual student planning, individual and small group counseling, primarily for the Tier 2 and 3 needs, consultation, collaboration, and making referrals. And they are licensed by VDOE, and their work encompasses 3 domains: academic, career, social, emotional. They provide academic advising and support, career awareness, exploration activities, as well as counseling for students requiring this short-term support. And the leader of our counseling program is here tonight, Pam McClellan. I'd like to acknowledge her under the leadership of Laura Newton. And if we have other counselors here, thank you for being present tonight, but thank you for all the work you do throughout the year. And here you have an opportunity to see 2 photos. You see pictured in the center are counselors from TJ, Gunston Middle School, and Key Elementary School, and they recently received an award for their comprehensive programs. And on the right is a counselor who is sharing a book entitled Fostering Resilient Learners. I happened to be at the school site when they were doing recent professional development at Hoffman Boston. And so this again points out that the work of the counselors do play a critical role and align to our school board priorities around the academics, the mental health, and having a trusted adult. So we truly appreciate their work. As noted earlier in our recognition, February is Black History Month. We look forward to hosting special events in our schools. On Thursday, February the 13th, At Kenmore Middle School, we will host our annual Black History Month celebration, which is free for all who attend, and it is open to the community. This year, the event theme is We Are Arlington, celebrating the inspiring stories of first families and trailblazers who make Arlington great. We invite the community, students, and families to plan to join us in celebrating the stories of courageous students and community members who have been change agents in Arlington. You can find a full detail and links to register on our website, and all that is posted on our website. And additionally, the Black student leaders recognized earlier tonight will be honored and celebrated. And they really do represent excellence and role models, and we're extremely proud of them. I share regularly my connections with students across APS. So the past 2 weeks, I've had the opportunity to visit schools again, and here are some of the photos taken at those schools. Here you see images from Carlin Springs, as well as Kenmore, where I learned about cigar box guitars and the woodworking class of Mr. Couples. He's a teacher for the tech ed class. The image on the lower right is actually me with some students who participated in the recent superintendent's chat. Our chat focused on articles that really address elevating student voice. We actually had MSAM students with us. They took the lead on our breakout sessions, and they really served as great models for ways in which we as APS staff can elevate student voice. While it is still February, it's not too early for families to start planning for their summer. Our annual summer activity fair will be held tomorrow at Kenmore Middle School, and it's from 6 to 8 o'clock. We have more than 100 exhibits for families to explore possibilities for summer learning and enrichment. Additionally, we have collaborated with County Parks and Rec to provide a list of available alternatives to our elementary summer school enrichment. On our website, you'll find a list of camps and summer enrichment activities that are comparable to Global Village, Summer Laura, and more. That list is available on our website, and you can visit our website under Summer Activities Fair page and click on Department of Parks and Rec Summer Camps. Families that qualify are able to receive reduced registration fee for DPR summer programs, and that registration begins February the 12th at 7 a.m. It's always great to celebrate and acknowledge the work of our hardworking staff. And next week is our Crossing Guard Appreciation Week, and we'll be celebrating crossing guards throughout the county and throughout the week. These are dedicated staff who are out every morning and afternoon to make sure students can cross the street safely on their way to and from school. So as you pass by them next week, be sure to follow their directions and give them a shout out to thank them for being there regardless of the weather or temperature. And also, for the 4th consecutive year, an Arlington Crossing Guard has been named Most Outstanding Crossing Guard for 2019. So Safe Routes to School received more than 300 nominations for nearly 70 different crossing guards throughout the state. And this year, Taylor Elementary, Mr. Z, as he's referred to, is one of the 4 winners selected across Virginia who stand out as a positive model in their community. Nominators said, whether you're an adult or a child, Mr. Z sees you, looks you in the eye, and greets you from his heart. He is careful, he is watchful, he takes his job seriously, but above all, he is simply a good human being whose smile stays with you after it is offered. Mr. Z is awesome, and if we could all just applaud for him and all our crossing guards so they can hear us. Thank you, crossing guards throughout the county. Next Wednesday is our Career Center. Our Career Center will be hosting CTE night. Okay, that's Career and Technical Education for families. They will have live demonstrations for all ages, and it's a great opportunity for families to begin to explore opportunities that are available at the Career Center. There'll be different types of activities that will be available, including exploring career paths for students in the health and medical science, human and public services, digital media and information technology, and industrial services and engineering. Please feel free to check out the flyer that was posted on Peach Jar. So I want to draw attention to this slide. We have been aware of the concerns pertaining to fleet, and we have been in communication with community members. And tonight, we have some additional information that we'd like to share with you, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Chadwick.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. On February the 20th, we, staff will present a school board information item which will contain the interim superintendent's recommendations to approve funding for design improvements at Fleet to address these concerns. The improvements will include elevator access from the parking garage to the first floor of the building and to the grade outside the building, communications within the parking garage, accessible parking spaces at the main entrance to the building on Old South Leap Road, and universally designed playground equipment. Staff will also present a timeline for implementing those improvements. At the March 3rd school board meeting, school board will act on the recommendations of the interim superintendent to increase funding at Fleet to do those improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick. We always share with you that we're making progress on the school board action plan, so I want to share some updates with you. We have begun working, we began working last fall to develop the direction and data needed for both the APS fiscal year 2021 budget and the fiscal year 2021 through 30 capital improvement plan. The CIP addresses investments needed to improve or enhance the infrastructure of our schools over the next 10 years. And this includes new schools, school addition, major maintenance, and minor construction projects. I want to remind the community that the school board held a work session last fall on the budget and CIP, and APS published reports such as the 10-year projections and the Arlington Facilities Student Accommodation Plan, and more information can be found online, but here are some highlights for some of the upcoming dates in these processes. Next week, the school board will hold a work session that will include the superintendent's 2020 annual update and the projection updates that will be used in the CIP process. All work sessions are broadcast live online, and we encourage community members to watch this one at 6:30 p.m. on February the 11th. The board will take action in May on the budget and is scheduled to take action on CIP in June. As school board policies are reviewed throughout the year, we will provide updates on any recommendations for revisions on new policies. Tonight, the board is scheduled to hear about one information item on policy review. It's on the financial management, specifically debt management. Again, all the information is on Engage with Us. And as our chair said in the reading of the letter that went out to the community, so before I close, I just want to remind everybody of the letter that was jointly sent, reaffirming our values as a school division that welcome and respect all students, all staff, and all families. I also want to share that APS does have systems for reporting and tracking and addressing every incident that's brought to our attention. Please reach out to our school leaders if you'd like to get additional information. It is our shared responsibility to live inclusive, caring values and to report discrimination and bigotry when we see it. I do want to thank our principals and the school staff for their leadership in addressing any issues of this nature as they arrive. And I want us to remind each other of how important it is to make everyone feel welcome and safe in our schools. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Colleagues, comments or questions? Mr. Goldstein? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to point out there was a typo on one of the slides about the Black History celebration at Kenmore. The slide said Wednesday, although the superintendent did say it was Thursday. Just want to reaffirm to everybody It is Thursday, February 13th.
Thursday.
6:30, 8:30, so everything's correct on that slide, except it's Thursday instead of Wednesday.
We really do watch out for each other. Thank you very
Wanted
much.
to make sure everybody knew that. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Reed. Ms. Van Doren?
Before you go, I just wanted to take a minute because I wanted to remind everybody about the Your Voice Matters survey, that families have gotten an email asking them to fill that out, as have staff members. And I wanted to put a plug in for that because as the liaison to the Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families, and I know that we are using that to advise our human resource policies and improvements, we really, really need to hear the feedback from staff members, and we really need to hear the feedback from the community and from the students. So I just wanted to put a plug in for that to remind everybody to fill those out so that we can get as high a return rate as possible. I don't know if you wanted to add to that.
I think you said it well, and we've been messaging regularly around how important that is, both at the school level and centrally. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. And before I move to our consent agenda, I actually opened up my notes in preparing for this meeting, and I have a good summary of what I was trying to say earlier regarding the superintendent search. So I'm just going to share what I wrote. Over the month of March and April, we expect to review candidate resumes and profiles and commence our interview process with the goal of selecting a final candidate and appointing a new superintendent sometime in May. So I did leave that part out, that we won't just be sitting here waiting. We'll be doing work in March and April, and that there is an expectation of an appointment in May. So I apologize for leaving that out in my superintendent update. And now we are now at consent. May I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. I'd like to announce that under consent, the board received the Advisory Council of Instruction's mid-year update briefing report. This report highlights the work of the ACI, including the schedule of meetings and the status of ACI recommendations for the past 2 years. We truly appreciate the wonderful volunteers who serve on this group. It's a wonderful committee. We had a work session with them just last week. And so thank you for the briefing report. And if anyone is interested, you can find that online. Also under consent, the board made 2 administrative appointments. First, the board appointed Wilson Ramirez, Assistant Principal at Gunston Middle School. Mr. Ramirez, please. Mr. Ramirez has been an educator at the high school, undergraduate, and graduate levels in the United States, Colombia, and Spain, and has taught in Spanish and APS since 2015. In 2018, he was selected as the Northern Virginia Hispanic Teacher of the Year, and in 2019, he was chosen as the APS Teacher of the Year. As an assistant principal in Colombia, Mr. Ramirez developed and led a program to increase student attendance and retention. Here in APS, he has continued to focus on student retention and has motivated minorities to take advanced classes. He strives to help students reach their potential by helping them realize that their dreams will come true and that each student is capable of exceeding expectations. Mr. Ramirez is enthusiastic about joining the administrative team at Gunston to contribute to the success of the students, and the board is enthusiastic to see him take on this new role. Congratulations, Mr. Ramirez. Do you have anyone celebrating here with you this evening? Do you have anyone here with you this evening celebrating your appointment?
Yes, here is my partner, Jay Pratt, my colleagues, my principals, I have two, Dr. Robertson and Dr. Whitney, my department chair, my coach. Thank you so much.
Thank you, congratulations. Congratulations again. The board also appointed Elizabeth Walsh to the position of Interim Supervisor of Special Education. Ms. Walsh? Ms. Walsh is a graduate of Arlington Public Schools and has been a staff member since 2012. In APS, she has served as a special education coordinator and as an instructional specialist in the Department of Teaching and Learning. As a specialist, she has led the instructional intervention work in schools. Most recently, Ms. Walsh has stepped up to serve as the acting assistant principal at Patrick Henry Elementary School. With degrees in human development, educational leadership, and special education, she brings instructional knowledge to this work and is widely known for her compassion and exceptional communication and collaboration skills. We look forward to her service as interim supervisor of special education. Congratulations, Ms. Walsh. And do you have anyone here with you this evening celebrating? Well, you have your APS family congratulating you, so congratulations. We will now hear citizen comment on non-agenda items. Before the speakers begin, I will review the speaker guidelines, if I can find them. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Elliott. The school board welcomes public comment and allows comment at most regular board meetings. If you would like to speak but have not signed up electronically, you must submit a speaker slip to the clerk before the agenda item you wish to speak on is called. So if you're speaking on a non-agenda item, please submit your speaker slip now. Speakers are called in the order in which they sign up. However, if there are students who have signed up to speak, we invite them to speak first so they do not have to stay out too late on a school night. Each speaker may speak for up to 2 minutes, and there's a timer to help you keep track of time. The timer begins with the speaker starts speaking, and you should conclude your remarks when the buzzer sounds. To ensure everyone has an opportunity to speak, the board has established the following guidelines. Any person with a disability who needs accommodation to provide public comment is requested to contact the school board office in advance of a meeting to request assistance. Any person who would like to have an interpreter provided to assist them is asked to contact the school board office in advance, and we will make every effort to provide interpretation. And we do have interpretation in Spanish this evening. If a speaker addresses the board in a language other than English and has an interpreter, the speaker will have 2 minutes to speak, and the interpreter will have up to 2 additional minutes to translate the comments for the board. And if there's simultaneous translation, then it'll be up to 4 minutes total. All comments should address matters related to Arlington Public Schools. Speakers should be courteous and address your comments to the entire school board. Generally, board members do not respond to public comments at meetings. If you have written comments, please give them to the clerk to distribute to the board. We also ask the audience to refrain from applauding, as that takes time away from our speakers. But we do ask you to applaud in sign language, and you can also stand to show support for the speaker. Those are very visual cues for us, so we can see what you're saying, but it still allows the speaker to speak and for the school board to hear what the speaker has to say, and to make sure that we are moving in a timely manner for our speakers to allow everyone a chance to speak, as at times we have many speakers and we want to be thoughtful of everyone's time. So I ask that you state your name when you begin, and Ms. Elliott, will you call our first speaker?
Yes, ma'am. As you can see, we are displaying the speaker list. Our first speaker tonight is Mr. Josh Fold.
Good evening, Ms. Johnson and members of the school board. On behalf of the 1,800 members of the Arlington Education Association, my name is Josh Fold. 2 weeks ago, I reminded this board of the Code of Virginia, Section 22.1-92, if you're playing along at home, of the requirement for the board to send the county board a budget of needs and not a budget that fits a predetermined number. I also recalled for the past decade, APS had not proposed a budget that included both a step and inflationary COLA, prompting employees to conclude that fair and adequate compensation was not a need, since APS would always comply with the law. Since then, I have received feedback from a few people asking, well, isn't 47% of the county budget enough? I find that question curious because it implies, one, that a certain percentage is the right percentage, and that two, Arlington County does not give 47% of its revenue to the schools, not even close. So let's talk percentages. According to the Wavy Guide, of which Arlington County is an active participant, Arlington Public Schools receives 39.3% of all county revenues, compared to 52.8% in Fairfax County, 52.1% in Falls Church, and 57% in Loudoun. I even looked up Buchanan County in far southwest Virginia. Their schools too exceed 50% of the county budget. As I said before, we cannot put kids first if we put educators last. It is time for Arlington County to step up and fund our future, but, and this is important, only if we ask them to. On behalf of the 1,800 members of the Arlington Education Association, I ask that you comply with Section 22.1-92, and the coming budget should include a step, a COLA of at least 1.6%, and market rate adjustments. Anything less will make your employees wonder if anything will change. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Mr. Pretty. Oops.
It's hard to follow him, I tell you. Good evening, I'm David Pretty. I am here as a parent of a Fleet fourth grader and a member of the Fleet PTA. And I came here with a prepared speech to ask for firm dates of when we could see some action on the Fleet stuff that Ms. Johnson addressed earlier tonight. So if you can see, I have everything crossed out, and it's a good news story. So thank you for putting some dates there. Now, since they share a campus and the issues are interrelated, I'm going to switch gears and put on my PTA president hat on for TJ real quick. And I'd like to stress that the pickup and drop-off procedures need to be reviewed for students with disabilities. We have parents who have issues getting their kids to school when the buses are blocking the only access they have to park close to the school. Is this a design issue? Are there alternatives that we could look through where the buses could stagger and maybe leave an opening for the cars to get by? Is it too narrow to do that? I ask you to review this process and provide a best practices solution as soon as we can. And switching back to Fleet, thank you for taking action on the issues. I look forward to February 20th and then the subsequent vote after that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Pretty.
Okay, next, we have Christine Brittle.
Good evening, I'm Christine Brittle. I'm here tonight as a Fleet parent and PTA member, but mostly I want to talk to you as a mom, one parent to another. We choose to live in Arlington because of its values. APS's mission is to ensure that all students learn and thrive in safe environments. Its vision is to be inclusive. APS has experienced tremendous challenges, working hard to accommodate significant growth. I know this is difficult, but we must keep our vision. Fleet is a beautiful school, but it has not been a school where all students can learn and be safe, and it has not been a school that is inclusive. Fleet houses the countywide communications program and the deaf and hard of hearing program, but the school has no sound attenuation. Fleet has no handicap parking spaces near its entrance. Fleet has no way for those in wheelchairs to safely evacuate. Fleet's playground is not accessible, nor is the equipment. These are just a few examples. In short, Fleet was not designed for all students. We are over halfway through the school year, and I appeal to you as a parent, how has this been acceptable? Imagine being a student in a wheelchair on the 3rd floor, sitting in a stairwell with alarms blaring all around you, while everyone else evacuates safely, and you have no way to leave. How would you feel? As we are building multi-story schools, we need to ensure that everyone who wishes to evacuate can. APS could buy 3 stair chairs today for $4,500. That's less than 0.1% of our annual operating budget. Please add stair chairs to your list and the rest of the PTA's items. Thank you for the movement that you've shown tonight, but please do what you can before another month goes by. And let's not repeat these mistakes as we keep building schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Brittle.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Genevieve Heiberger. I'm here tonight as a member of the Fleet PTA Executive Committee, a Fleet parent and a Jefferson parent. While the new Fleet building is beautiful and offers unique learning opportunities for students, I am disappointed that this expensive facility does not currently reflect the values of our community. As the parent of a student with significant disabilities who attended Henry and now is at Jefferson, I know firsthand that the Henry community consistently embraced the value that everyone belongs. The lack of accessibility in the construction of the new Fleet building does not reflect the inclusive values of our community. At an absolute minimum, a wheelchair user should be able to fully use the facility, including entering and exiting the building and using all classrooms and play spaces. It should go without saying that everyone should be afforded a means to exit the building in case of emergency. This is not currently the case. As you know, there are no designated accessible parking spots at the street level by Fleet or Jefferson. Up until this week, the parking garage elevator has been locked, accessible only to staff with key cards during school hours. Even if unlocked, that elevator leads to the back of the building with no easy access to the main door. This week, we learned that the original design of the building called for an elevator from the parking garage to the street level next to the main entrance. Apparently, the building was even built with the elevator shaft in it, but in order to cut costs, a decision was made to remove the elevator from the plan. I also understand that members of the BLPC discussed playground accessibility and were assured that the playground would be accessible to all. The current playground is almost entirely inaccessible by wheelchair, and none of the equipment is appropriate for students with mobility or balance challenges. I appreciate that APS is now moving forward to address these issues, and I ask that you begin by approving the funds needed to fix the parking and playground situation. Additionally, I would urge you to prioritize accessibility in ongoing and future construction projects. With so many new buildings coming online, we can't afford to repeat these mistakes and jeopardize the safety of any student. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Heiberger.
Thank you. Next, we have Nadia Facey.
Hello, good evening. My name is Nadia Facey, and I'm the chair of the Arlington Special Education Advisory Committee. ASAC has a mandate from the state to advise the school board on the unmet needs of students with disabilities. I'm concerned that APS does not meet the needs of students with disabilities in facilities and transportation. For over a decade, parents have been raising concerns with staff about disability supports and transportation. As you know, in December, we sent a letter to the school board that APS is not appropriately supporting students with disabilities and medical conditions on buses. These lapses impact student safety. We appreciate your response. We are glad to hear that the interim superintendent is working with staff to follow up soon, and we are glad that there was a training for bus drivers and aides that took place at the end of January. However, it is unclear to us what this training entailed and what other actions APS intends to take to remedy the legal and safety concerns raised in the letter. I'm also here to support the Fleet community. In September, Fleet parents made comments at ASAC meetings about accessibility and emergency evacuation. It's now February, and these barriers still exist and are impacting students. I appreciate the updates tonight from Mr. Chadwick, but when community members bring concerns through ASAC, it is important that their concerns are not only heard, but also addressed appropriately. APS needs to ensure that future facilities are built and meet universal design standards and meet the needs of all students, and are also considering emergency evacuation and planning with new and existing buildings. We are thankful to the school board for including ASAC and SEPTA representatives on BLPCs, and while parent volunteers are happy to participate, they are parents, they are not experts on the ADA or universal design. We ask the Department of Facilities to provide written response to ASAC on both issues. This information will allow us to advise the school division on whether or not proposed actions will adequately meet the needs of students with disabilities. As always, we are happy to work collaboratively with the school board and with staff. Thank you very much for everything that you do. We want to work towards solutions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Facey.
Next, we have Maura McMahon.
Good evening. On behalf of the County Council of PTAs, I want to express support for the Fleet community's request to rectify the accessibility and safety concerns identified at the Fleet facility. Additionally, we request that APS develop and pursue an aggressive plan to expedite the resolution of all issues pertaining to safety and accessibility at this newly constructed facility. That plan should include a comprehensive list of similar concerns at all APS buildings, prioritized according to urgency. Also included should be thoughtful steps and a process for future projects to ensure these issues do not occur again in new construction or renovations. When a student does the minimum required on an assignment, they get a D. When we do the minimum, we fail. Our children, teachers, and visitors to our schools can be harmed, emotionally, psychologically, or physically. An APS mantra is providing safe, secure, welcoming environments for all students to learn. Our interim superintendent just broadcast such a message to the entire community yesterday, and you repeated it again here this evening earlier. These deficiencies at Fleet and elsewhere are not safe or welcoming to all. They instead send the message to some that they are worth only a D effort, that they were an afterthought or even simply forgotten in the midst of bigger things. We have had these concerns before, the Heights and the Shriver program students. We are facing them again at the Career Center. These factors will need to be considered this fall as boundaries are redrawn and locations for pre-K and special education programs are determined. Fleet is not the first time. I urge you to make sure it is the last. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Julia Spain.
Good evening, Chair Talento, members of the school board, Interim Superintendent Johnson. I don't come to the school board often because I know many of you, and we speak quite often, but we've had a number of events going on in our community, and I was pleased to hear early on, Madam Chair, that you talked about these issues as it relates to anti-Semitism and racial bigotry that's been going on in our community. We have to do better. Recently, the Arlington Public Schools have experienced an uptick in anti-Semitic acts and forms of racial bigotry. Swastikas have been sprayed and are drawn on school property, and racist, derogatory language about African Americans have been written on textbooks and boards that our students use to take tests. The community needs to know what we're going to do. It's okay to have policy, but we have kids out there in our community that are traumatized, and they're scared. So I'm not here to beat any of you up, but as I represent the NAACP in Region 3, which consists of all branches north of Fredericksburg, I just want at this time and this place for you to understand and know that the NAACP will be watching and monitoring these events closely. On behalf of the NAACP, I call on you to continue pursuing alleged acts of anti-Semitism and refer all hate crimes to local law enforcement for investigation and reporting to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Civil Rights Division. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Spain.
Next, we have Allison Stewart.
Hi, good evening. I know many of you take notes and complete other tasks while parent after parent steps up to speak, especially while it's on the same topic. I understand multitasking very well, but this topic deserves your undivided attention, and I would appreciate knowing you are listening. I also am the parent of a fourth grader and rising kindergartner at Fleet Elementary. I want to address the less than stellar and acceptable response to the minimal ADA accessibility at Fleet. I recognize the board will address the issue next month. Thank you for that. But I ask you to reflect on why it took this long and review how the process and leadership failed. Fleet Special Education PTA liaison first raised these issues last July via emails which were unanswered until mid-August, only 2 weeks before the first children would occupy this state-of-the-art $47.5 million school. She continued the drumbeat for months, including after a December evacuation in which her disabled son sat in a stairwell with his county-assigned specialist, with sirens blaring for 30 minutes without knowing if it was a threatening emergency. We're only taking action now. I have no doubt most, if not all of you, ran for the board to do the right thing, likely after watching previous boards fail your expectations. Ask yourself if you are maintaining that focus or if your attention is now shifted to issues affecting your electability. Accessibility is not just another issue. It's about safety and protection of students who depend on us. Would you have responded faster and with more action if media was involved? What are you doing to assess these issues in upcoming construction? Don't fix these issues and then not address how these issues went unrealized and unaddressed for so long. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. If you could please not clap. I know that right now it's fine, but when we get to this later, it's going to be difficult. So trust me, we can see this, and you can stand and do this, and that's even better. I'm happy to see that. But we would really appreciate you not clapping. Thank you. Thank you, speakers, for coming out this evening to speak on very important matters. We have one monitoring item tonight, the report from BWP and Associates, the consultants who are assisting the board with our search for a new superintendent. I'd like to introduce Dr. Kevin Kastner and Dr. Wayne Harris to present the results of their community engagement efforts, which we are hearing for the first time tonight.
Good evening, board members. As we present our report tonight, and knowing this is the first time that you've had a chance to see this, what you have before you is a notebook. In this notebook, you will find in detail much of the information we had from your community. You'll find that the notebook is organized into 3 parts. The first part is a report that will lead up to a summary of the survey data, a summary of the interview process, and also will have a draft leadership profile. In Appendix 1 are the notes that we took for every meeting that we took part in the community engagement process. It's about 15 pages of notes. It goes into a lot of depth, and you'll find that a lot of this information is going to be repeated. The last part of the report is going to deal with the survey, and I'll go and explain some of the details of it as I go through this. So what I first want to do before I start is to acknowledge a special thanks to the Arlington community. We felt very appreciated. We had a great opportunity. I also think being here tonight gives us a continued special feel for your school system. We're very impressed, and it just continues with what we knew when we went through those 4 days. Leslie Patterson, Catherine Ashby, Tanya Talento, and the entire district staff office, they have our appreciation. Ms. Elliott, you really bailed us out a little bit today too, so we thank you for that. In getting back to a follow-up from our December meeting, what was the purpose of community engagement? We were invited into your community and tried to build an understanding and support for the search process. We tried to make sure that we, in essence, supported the school system in making this as inclusive as possible. Normally, we spend 2 days in a school system doing a community engagement process. We spent 4 days. And it was 4 days were necessary. You said this is Arlington. You were right. And so in doing that process and trying to tell the people that attended our meetings that they too were ambassadors, that they should be explaining that process to their friends, and to understand that this process, it isn't over just with this report. Our candidates that will be applying, the deadline is March 10th. So we still have a lot of time for your community to continue to share with you this information. Also, your community will have the opportunity to look at this report, to be able to see if we represented what we think we heard from the community. And it's fine for them to continue that dialogue, and we would encourage that as they keep working with the board throughout this process. We ask perceived strengths and challenges of your school system. We ask desired qualities and characteristics for the next superintendent and what they should possess and demonstrate. In essence, from January 22nd to 25th, we had 34 meetings, meeting with board members, county government, employees, students, and the students were great. The parents, elected officials, we also had 4 open forums. In your organization of the events that we were part of, you did them in different times. So there wasn't just one time for a group, there were multiple times, and it's reflected in the report. In total, we talked to over 240 people. I'm also very impressed that we have a survey that has over 1,956 people. I've been asked the question, well, is that a lot? It is. Normally, we might have half of that. But again, I think it's indicative of an engaged community. So what I want to do is I want to get in the first part, I want to talk about the survey. Now, in talking about the survey, you need to know that there was an outreach here. English speaking, 1,840 participants. Arabic, 8. Amharic, 6. Mongolian, 17. And the Hispanic population, 111. Also in that number is 498 students. So we really value that. But when we look at this, I want you as a school board to develop a perspective. Let's assume that we have 2,000 participants in a survey. So if all of a sudden we look at the very first, what are the strengths of Arlington Public Schools, for the quality of staff to be the top, 46.5, you're talking 1,000 people. So you're getting trend data here. And you can't, one or two people are not going to skew it one way or the other. The other thing that you are aware, that the participants in the survey could also, in 17 characters, get into a description of others. We had over 650 that participated in that, and frankly, their comments were very supportive of everything else we heard when we had the community engagement. And so all that worked, but it did increase a commitment and I think an extended participation. The educational programs and options at 40%, I think though it's interesting, the students rank that at 47%. So the students are appreciative of your programs. Curriculum instruction, again, it is viewed as a strength in your system. Reputation of the district, we don't always get that, but to have over a third of the people talk about the reputation of your school system, it certainly makes our job a little easier in attracting candidates. So when you look at the strengths, you're then going to find a lot of different information that when Dr. Harris talks, he'll go into more details on that. We're just trying to do the quantitative part. Important issues facing your school system in the next 5 years. Without a doubt, growth. And with growth, we're talking about a lot of other issues that are deeper than that. We're talking about changing in population. We're talking about boundary changes. We're talking about challenges for facilities. So obviously people know that we know each year you're getting more students. Number two, effective leadership. We don't always see that at this level, but this came out loud and clear that effective leadership for the complexities of your system is a desired characteristic. And when we did this one, we also saw that that was also something that came up with the students. Then we have resources and funding. And then, because there were about 10 categories, the next category was equity. We'll spend more time talking about equity, but to have that rise at that level is significant. Having that rise at that level gives a message for potential candidates. Oh, I'd like to add something. The students, again, I told you we would hear their, now in the report, you're going to see that they have been disaggregated. And those 500 students, you will be able to compare them to the entire report. I thought it was interesting that they had quality of staff at 30.9%, which is a little different than came up when we were dealing with that as a challenge with the entire community. They also had diversity at 33.7%. So the kids know that's it's a strength, they said, but they also see it as a challenge as they see the students in their classrooms and in their schools. And the same thing here in a conversation that we would encourage. Maybe you should ask some of the kids. Maybe you should ask them or have some sort of a forum where the kids might talk, and maybe they could go into this a little deeper. Even to the point of whether school board members led by some staff, tell us what you'd like us to hear a little bit more than we can just get from a survey. That, again, is value added in this process. I think as we've seen this happen in other systems, you might enjoy it. Important skills that you'd like to see in the next superintendent. Again, you're going to, here you see leadership skills, 80.7%. Think about this. 2,000 people, 80% leadership skills. Over 1,500 people. That's something that people value, and they'd like to see that in the next superintendent. Then, still high, communication skills, 70.3%. Interpersonal skills, but also, and when I put the fourth down, it's because it was close. Organizational skills. I think people recognize the complexity of this system. So you're not talking just about instructional leadership. You're talking management. They do go hand in hand, but they need to complement each other. As we go to the next two questions, three most important characteristics you'd like to see exhibit. And I'll tell you that these two we see often. Good judgment, again, over 50%. Integrity, and commitment to the community. People are not looking for someone to come in as a stepping stone. They want someone to be here and be visible and be an active part of the community, and even to the point that the students, they want to know their superintendent. When it comes to desired qualities, and you're going to see it could be extremely important, or not important. We use extremely important because that's what people are passionate about. And when you look at the fact, number one, experience in a multicultural community. You're not looking for somebody in a homogeneous community from Iowa. You're looking for someone that's coming from a community with all the different components. Oh, maybe Iowa wasn't a good one for today. In any event, you see 60.2%. That's significant to be at that point. And it wouldn't surprise you, I know, to see community engagement, 59%. Now, this is interesting. Experience in strategic planning, the students had the same number as the other members of the community. So strategic planning being up there. And the other one, and we would see this pretty often, experience as a classroom teacher or, in essence, a building level administrator, over 50%. For that to be extremely important, that's significant. And it's the type of thing also, as we do searches and things, it's a certain degree of credibility. It doesn't mean it's a must, but you certainly can see that it's something that people value. So I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Harris here, and I want to just explain. We kind of triangulate. You have quantitative data, you have qualitative, and see how this kind of, see if there's a pattern of support. And I think as you follow this, you will find that. Dr. Harris.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Superintendent, the most important task you perform as a board is to select a superintendent. As we began this process, you made it very clear that you value what this community has to say about the most important job you perform, and that is to select a superintendent. You intentionally provided opportunity for anyone in the Arlington community to share with you what you wanted us to look for in candidates from whom you will select your next superintendent. 240 people attended the 38 different opportunities, and I will tell you that we've had emails and calls since then, so that number is a little larger. We had 630 other responses. We had emails. So your intent to include this community, let me tell you, they did speak to us. Kevin referred to the 15-page appendix that includes the comments that we recorded. Our purpose was to provide an opportunity for everyone to share with us, and we wanted to make sure that we captured the essence of what they had to say. And so once we finished the discussion, we read back to each group to make sure that we had not included anything we thought they meant, but rather captured what they meant. We took all of that information, the 15 pages of what we heard, and we looked for themes and patterns. And so what I am about to do is to provide you a synopsis in category: strengths that we heard. What were the good things, the things that make you who you are, the things that benefit students? We then asked them, what are the challenges? What are the concerns and issues that need to be improved upon, the things that the next superintendent will have to confront when they come on board that first day? And last, we wanted to know what qualities, experiences, skills, knowledge, understanding the next superintendent must possess and demonstrate in order to be successful. So what you're going to find is that I'm going to share with you the majority, the prominent strengths, but I want to share with you, and I'm only going to do this one time. I'm not going to read 15 pages. Before I put the strengths here, I want to give you a flavor of the kinds of things that help explain the words or phrases that will appear on the slide in just a moment. And so I'm going to read very quickly what two different groups said to us. The first group included 43 individuals spread out over several meetings. These are the kinds of things they said were strengths: reputation of APS, funding for students, facilities exceptional, involved community, supportive, diverse county, have opportunities for parents to voices to be heard, multiple options and opportunities for students, variety of innovative programs, teacher quality and passion who bring their best each day, stupendous highly trained teachers, recognize and address the needs of students, full range of opportunities for students, willingness to work collaboratively, diversity of community, international, many native speakers, teachers, technology for the students. That's just a sample of some 38 different opportunities that people shared with us. And when we went through to identify the common themes that we heard about strengths: excellent teachers and dedicated staff, diversity of students and the community, great students, many excel academically, make us proud, supportive and engaged parents, community, partners, community values education, resources and funding, multiple educational programs, options, access to technology, reputation of the division. So as you think about these as strengths, you should start to get a flavor for then what are the kinds of things we're going to be looking for based on what we heard. But before we get there, we also said, tell us what your concerns, issues, and challenges are. What are the things that the next superintendent will have to address? I will not read another group's comments to us, but I will put up for you examples of the things. These are the patterns, the common things, and try to unpack a little bit of them. Growth in student enrollment was a major concern that came up because of the impact it will have on available resources, issues around space, the possibility of boundary changes, and also transitive nature of the evolving community, because your community is changing. You're going to grow, and that dynamic alone will create other issues around growth and space. The lack of a cohesive vision and the fidelity to a strategic plan. We heard many, many concerns that currently you operate as 32 independent schools in the Arlington School District, and that creates issues with consistency, inconsistency more than consistency, lack of continuity, and many times lack of accountability. There's an inequity as it relates to the allocation of resources necessary to address the achievement gap, and we heard the word opportunity gaps. But it's all around the distribution of resources. There's an inconsistent support for ELL students and students of color. We heard concerns about a lack of adequate support for special education students and following through with them. There's an inequity and disparity which negatively affects certain groups of students, and those groups, I did not name them here, you'll see them in the report, but it was students of color, special education students, members of the LGBTQ community. We heard that repeatedly, that there is a continuing concern that those students' needs are not always addressed. There were multiple concerns expressed over and over again about special education. There are some violations of some of the mandates, equitable programming for various experiences and opportunities. This one is linked to what was referred to oftentimes as those students on the margins. And again, they referred to the same group, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, special education students, students of color, and LGBT. And last, this concern about boundary changes. And also we heard several comments about there needs to be more opportunity offered through the Career Center beyond what it is currently focused on. And this last concern, we heard this multiple ways. We kept hearing a reference to the Arlington way. The culture, the way we do things around here. We heard a reference to the fact that each school can do what they want, this autonomy, but that it stands in the way, that that's the Arlington way. It's been that way a long time. But it boiled down to the Arlington way because this is the way we do business, that there's this obstacle to want to change how we do what we do. Qualities and characteristics the next superintendent needs to possess and demonstrate. And I put this in 4 categories because we heard lots about what, in fact, walk on the water, make the water that you walk on kind of person. So we broke it down into 4 categories. And the first category is instruction. So what did we hear is necessary for the next superintendent to possess and be able to demonstrate? How will the next superintendent be successful, have a smooth entry and transition? These are the things we heard. Again, it's a synthesis of all that we heard over the 4 days. An individual who has knowledge and proven experience in a diverse community and who has had experience closing the opportunity gap. I should have put an S here because it's not just academics. It's opportunities to participate in a range of programs to get the support that is needed. The ability to project and follow a vision. This goes back to how do we create a system-wide approach to what we do without eliminating the things in the special schools that work for students. Experience as a classroom teacher and/or administrator. We did not hear, sometimes you listen to what you don't hear, we did not hear an advocacy for someone who must have all of these administrative experiences, having been a deputy superintendent, assistant superintendent, a superintendent, having a doctorate. We did not hear that. But it was clear having teaching experience so that you understand the role of teachers and what happens in the classroom, and administrative experience, an understanding of instruction and spectrum of programs to meet all student needs, proven experience in best practices for ELL and special education students and programs, and an understanding of student mental health issues and academic pressures on students. And I will tell you, I met with the students at Wakefield, and they said, please tell the board, too many SOL tests while we have finals is killing us. I said, I would tell you, I have told you. Communication. An individual who possesses skill, experience, and success engaging a community that is diverse in a variety of ways. So it's not just ethnicity. This community is diverse in multiple ways. There's advantages to that, but the next superintendent needs to be able to connect. An attentive listener who exhibits a collaborative style and encourages transparency, who will share honestly, commitment to build relationships and trust with staff and with the community, visible, approachable, demonstrates humility, and will include all segments of a diverse community. Do you see this continuing theme? It's there, and we heard it in every meeting. Kevin made the reference to the importance of manager. It's not good enough just to be a leader, to have leadership skills, and this community understands that, and they shared with us, these are the management qualities and characteristics, and this list is a little longer. Politically savvy manager, I don't think I need to explain that. Experience in the politics of equity, because it's not a matter of simply doling out resources. Ability to evaluate programs and determine next steps. What's hidden here is we heard that we need to stop adding so many new initiatives, and before we know whether that one works, we add another one and we add another one. But what do we evaluate what we do? Is it having benefit? And then do we go forward from there? So the next superintendent needs to be aware of that and have a track record in managing positive change, creating a system-wide approach to how we do business here. Solid experience in budget and finance, success managing resources. When enrollment increases, what we heard is the next superintendent must have worked in a district where there was an increase in enrollment and they had success being able to manage that increase. And finally, experience in strategic planning and the ability to create a strategic direction. Personal qualities and leadership attributes, team builder, instill trust, advocate and support what's best for students, humility, compassion, visibility, approachability, collaborative leadership style. Cultural competence and ability to positively impact the underserved and marginalized students. Promote the success and well-being of each and every child. That's what that says. Visionary and innovative, and will seek out and listen to student voices. And we heard students say, I want to see the superintendent. I want to be able to talk to the superintendent. I want to get to know the superintendent and have the superintendent get to know me. What I've just shared with you are 4 categories of attributes that you want us to look for in your next superintendent. The leadership profile is built around what we heard both in those meetings and what individuals shared with us in the survey. And what I've done is to put them in categories, and you're gonna see almost verbatim some of the things you've seen. So I'm not gonna walk through every one, but this is a profile that is a draft. You have a hard copy in the report. You may wanna look at it so you get a sense of how it's laid out, but I will put them up and I'll spend just a moment summarizing what's there, and then I'll stop and see if you have any questions.
Wait, just take a second. You would have to say this profile is data informed. It's unique to this community. Anything that you'll see in this profile is going to come from what preceded it in the report. That's how this becomes aligned, and yet you live here every day. You still need to see if this profile meets what you think that you want to look in a leader. So in this process, you do have a draft written, and I put it actually in your notebook on the left-hand side. It's in the report, but we're not asking to go through this verbatim. Wayne's just going to give just a few highlights now.
So you have the report. It mirrors what's going to be here. But again, I'm not going to walk through every page of that. Dynamic leader, full grasp of excellent instruction, who has passion to lead and will work with staff in an open, encouraging manner. Innovative leader who will articulate a strategic vision. Familiarity of and experience in a high-profile, diverse school system and community where expectations from an engaged community are the norm. I'll let that sink in. And again, we use the profile to determine who in the pool are a good match and fit based on what it is you said you wanted us to look for. That's why this is important. And right away, when we look at an application, we'll know if there's not information that tells us this individual matches and fits what you're looking for, then we're not going to bring that candidate to you and recommend they be interviewed. Communication, very similar to what you saw people told us they wanted us to look for. Active, engaged listener who will create a positive culture of respect, maintain visibility in all sectors of the school system and community, models a team-oriented approach to addressing challenges and solving problems. We heard no one say they want a dictatorial, top-down leader. So there are things we heard, but there are clearly things were not shared with us, and that gives us direction. A leader who has demonstrated fiscal expertise and experience with the politics of equity. You've seen that before. This next bullet, an innovative and detailed leader who has a firm grasp on the value of strategic planning. You've seen that. Experience with the challenge of continuous enrollment growth. You've seen that. And establishing and maintaining programs and services that equitably benefit all students. Think back to what some of the concerns were, and then what we heard you want us to look for, and this is part of the profile. Let me go to the next one. Personal qualities. You've seen these before. This one, a leader with courage. We heard over and over again, make a decision and stick with it. Don't change your mind. Yes means yes. Those were the kinds of specific things people said to us. Someone who can deal with multifaceted challenges, complex issues, and disparities, and will practice open communication in order to build a positive culture of respect. Transparent leader, and again, approachable, compassionate. Communication continued to show up. Transparency continued to show up. Work in a diverse community. Success with all children. These are the things that we heard. What questions do you have?
Thank you for the report. Colleagues, do you have any questions or comments for presenters? Oh, thank you.
We have, no, we still have, we want to see if you have questions.
Okay,
because
so,
there's one last.
so the way we have to do it is, when you're done with the presentation, we have to call for speakers, and then we open it up to board comment, so.
So may we finish the.
Yes, okay, thank you.
This is,
Okay.
what are the next steps?
I'd like to just give you a perspective. Wayne talks about the ability to climb tall buildings. This leadership profile is ambitious, but each leadership profile, when we're doing a superintendent search, is also that, because that's what the community is looking for. To have a candidate that can match 75 or 80% would be a good candidate. not everybody is going to have everything in every category. But you will see that people will separate themselves of coming close to it. Obviously, when you're talking about experience in a multicultural community like yours, maybe in a system that is over 20,000 because there's a complexity versus a system that's 3,000, all of that will cause people to separate once you decide if what we have represents the profile you want. We expect you to take the time to read the entire report and then perhaps among yourselves tweak this as you would like. But eventually, within the next week or so, we'd like you to reach a consensus and tell us this is what we want. And at this point, we will put that on our website. Now, you need to understand that since the first day that you've hired us, our website has been open. We have communicated in this community not just 30 days, but on Ed Week, we've done electronic for 60 days because we're going into January, we're going into February, and the cutoff is March 10th. AASA, which is the Superintendent Association, 60 days. The National Association of Black School Educators. Again, we wanted to have that outreach. And more recently, in this community and others, we're using an outreach with ALAS. It's the Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents. And particularly in the last search that we worked in Wisconsin, we attracted some very strong candidates through that group. We also work with the Virginia School Board and Superintendent Association. Wayne also has a strong connection to Harvard and the work that he worked with on the urban superintendent. So we are beginning to attract national attention. We have about a dozen states all across this country. Our candidate pool is starting to become robust, but we aren't even started yet in the sense that we've got a few more, we've got them over a month yet to go. So everything is working as it should, but as we narrow it, then as we get to the vetting of the candidates, we'll use this profile. And so what we're asking, if you look at this chart, we're here today. We'd like you to complete this profile in the very near future. There's not a drop dead point, but we'd like it. And then you can see the recruitment assessment goes till March 10th. I think this is something your community needs to be aware of so that they would continue the conversations, and also you could have outreach if you choose to other segments of your community. And at that point, after March 10th, after a week or so, we would begin to organize and be scheduled to make a presentation to the school board. And at that point, you'll organize the interview process, usually going through a first set of interviews, a second set of interviews, background checks and everything, negotiations, and then the appointment of a superintendent. So we just wanted to let you know that that's what we're working on as far as the timeline. Wayne, is there anything else you'd like to add? So at that point, this does conclude our report. And again, I certainly would want the public to know that all this information is available and it's public record.
Thank you, Dr. Kastner. Thank you, Dr. Harris. We really appreciate you coming this evening to present to us. And Ms. Lilly, do we have any speakers?
We have one speaker, Ms. Ingrid Gant.
Good evening to Chair Talento, to members of the school board, to the awesome interim superintendent, Ms. Johnson, the executive leadership team, and all assembled. Good evening. My name is Ingrid Gant. I have the esteemed pleasure and privilege of being the president of one of the best associations in Virginia, the Arlington Education Association, where we do have, and still growing, 1,873 members. I applaud each of you for having the courage to utilize this awesome and appear to be an effective search firm. And I concur with Dr. Kastner and Dr. Harris that one of the most important things you are required to do as a school board is to hire a superintendent. This person should be one who can lead, one who can advocate, and one who will support not just him or her executive leadership team, but the Arlington Public Schools as a whole. This is how you as a school board member establish your governance team. This is how you renew the structures, the protectors, the policies, and the procedures we currently have in APS. When hiring a superintendent, we often spend a lot of time searching for a qualified candidate. But we don't give the time for him or her to have the orientation to learn their craft in Arlington. We want them to start immediately. I ask that if and when we need to hire another assistant superintendent, whether it be for human resources, whether it be for instruction, you do the same thing you're doing now. You take the time, I'm not saying spend all the money we're spending, but you take the time and effort to look for a qualified candidate, that's going to be the best person we need for Arlington Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Gant. So I will now ask Dr. Kastner and Dr. Harris to come to the podium because we're going to open it up to questions. Colleagues, are there any comments or questions for Dr. Kastner, Dr. Harris? Ms. Van Doren?
Just a quick thank you very much. That was so thorough. It gave us a lot to think about. I know this will be posted, I think, tomorrow, and the community can read it and give us feedback, and I look forward to my reading assignment and working with my colleagues to get back everything you need. But just thank you. I know you spent a lot of time on this and a lot of time listening to people.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just want to echo the remarks of my colleague Nancy here. I'm not sure everybody knows, but we are seeing this for the first time, same as you are seeing this for the first time. We do have the binder, the compilation of your work, and thank you very much for all that hard work. And so I'm anxious to dig into it and read the detail that you've synopsized here at the podium. So looking forward to that. So thank you again.
Dr. Kennan?
Echoing the thanks, of course. Great work. The draft leadership profile you've handed us is, sounds like a very impressive person we're going to find. So I'm happy about that. And I know you don't want us to line edit this and have that kind of discussion right now. But I do want to ask about one item that you mentioned in your presentation, which is the emphasis the community made on classroom experience and the importance, I think, of maybe background as a teacher in the classroom, sort of as opposed to really looking for someone with a lot of administrative experience and, having a PhD and such. And that strikes me as maybe something different that maybe not all communities might have expressed that preference. And I just wonder if you feel that needs to be a stronger piece of what we're putting in this profile, given what you heard from the community on that.
I think if you look at the qualifications under leadership, it's very clear that the individual will need to have more than just classroom experience when it speaks to strategic planning and some of the other things. So while that's what we heard, we will not restrict our search to individuals who only have teaching as background. And I can tell you, without going into too much detail, when I look at the candidate pool at this point, certainly there are candidates who, cursory look, we've not looked deep, who come with teaching and other experiences that could potentially put them in the mix in that top 4 to 6.
Let me give you an example. As we talked about that being the most highly preferred, also we see 37% where we're talking about someone that has been in a district with a proven track record of success. So sometimes while we've highlighted some of them, you're going to see still very significant multiple qualities, not just one. But it did come out. But I would say that that's not unusual. That number is usually high in school systems. And I do want to make it known, this was not an overload of people that were just teachers. So you only had 27% that were actually employees, and of which only half of that were teachers. So this isn't all of a sudden slanted by one group over another. Remember, this is coming from a group where 70% have kids in your schools. So I think as you're going to digest this in layers, and then you'll see where the balance might be.
Thank you. Ms. O'Grady?
Thank you very much for the presentation. I also want to thank the community for participating in the several opportunities that we had and the survey in order for you to come up with such a comprehensive explanation of what we're looking for. Here in Arlington, we do love our community. We have high expectations, and I think that is evident in the presentation and what we're looking for in our next superintendent. I wanted to ask you, with all of the high expectations we have, do you think that you will find highly qualified candidates who can reach and meet all of our expectations?
Absolutely, absolutely, without a doubt. There will be highly qualified candidates who desire to work in Arlington.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Kastner and Dr. Harris, thank you so much for being here with us tonight. We really appreciate your efforts to engage our community in this most important work of the board and for presenting your report tonight. It's really been wonderful to work with you to this point, and we heard a lot of good feedback regarding your engagement with our community. So thank you for your thoughtful and very timely and engagement that you took. You were here 4 days. And I know that that's not typical for your search, but I know that our community met our expectations and we're there every day. So I want to thank our community for participating. It's very important. I'm very excited about reading the report. I also want to share at this moment that the PowerPoint that was presented tonight has been posted on board docs. We received the full report electronically this afternoon, and our school board clerk, who is wonderful and doing great work for this process and helping us, will be putting all that together and posting it sometime tomorrow for the community to see, and it will be on board docs, okay? And then I'll work with school community relations to figure out how to put that on our website and the timeline that's been presented here this evening, because we do have a website on the superintendent search. So thank you so much again for coming out tonight. We really appreciate it, and we look forward to continuing our work together.
We will be back.
I look forward to it. Okay.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 3 action items tonight. The first is the adoption of the school calendar, and then we will go on to boundaries. To the elementary school planning proposal, which is what everyone's been talking about. So the first action item is our school adoption of the calendar. And Ms. Johnson, will you please introduce the item?
I'd like to introduce Dan Redding to provide a follow-up on the school calendar for 2020-21.
Thank you, school board members, Ms. Johnson, and good evening, everyone. We're back to discuss action on the 2020-2021 superintendent's proposed calendar. There are no changes in the PowerPoint, so we're open for discussion.
I want to apologize. 2 of my colleagues have stepped away. I know it's going to be a long meeting tonight, so I thought that you might be presenting through some of the slides. But we will take a small moment then to wait for them to return so that we can move forward with the action.
Okay.
Do we have speakers?
Oh. Well, I think it might be important to wait till they come back. I know that they can, I know I've usually checked the mics in the back, but I don't know if, because we had a closed meeting before, if they're on. They're on. Okay. So we'll just wait a moment.
Okay.
But we are going to bring speakers forward. How many speakers do we have?
We have 3 speakers on this item. I'll go ahead and call the first speaker, so when they come back, we'll be ready to start. The first is Terry Schwartzbeck. I don't see her. I don't have the names for this list because there are only 3.
Did you call me? Call Terry Schwartzman?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
But we won't start until we just figured you'd be ready when they get back. Thank you. Yeah.
I know, but we only have one back there. I didn't know if someone had gone down the hall. All right. Thank you. We just confirmed that the speakers are working in the back, so we're going to move forward with our, with the meeting. So, Ms. Elliott, if you could move forward with the first speaker.
Ms. Schwartzbeck, you may be.
Good evening. My name is Terry Schwartzbeck. I would like to express my support for the superintendent's recommendation for the school calendar, starting school for most students on August 31st. Like many families, it would have been nice if this process had been completed sooner, and I do appreciate the work that was done to listen to the community on this issue. Switching from a long history of starting after Labor Day is a big change for many. For my family, it's actually not a huge deal. We have family that live all over the country where students start school in early or mid-August, and we've actually lived overseas where we've had completely different school calendars, so this is not a really big change for us, and it's fine. But that said, the earlier proposals that started school on August 25th or 27th would have been a little more challenging to adjust to, and I sort of appreciate that August 31st kind of splits the difference. So I thank the staff for that. I also would like to just sort of point out that school calendars are an opportunity to engage in further reflection and growth. While it is difficult for families to deal with changes to their summer, it is worth noting that calendars that reduce the amount of time students are out in the summer can help reduce the so-called summer slide. Multi-track and year-round calendars can give Arlington an opportunity to deal with its growth. And actually, I would encourage Arlington to look at new and different ways to provide breaks throughout the school year. I've heard of students of schools that take an October break or more than one sort of spring break to kind of break up that school year. I think it's really important to have strategic breaks throughout the year to give students a chance to stay rested and focused on learning. There are some long, long stretches where the kids are just exhausted. And so it's nice to have the opportunity now offered to us by the state legislature to consider some other more innovative and reflective school calendars. So thank you, and I, again, would like to express my support.
Thank you for your comments.
So our next speaker is Lainep Hanley. I think.
Oh, it's already on, okay. Hi, I'm Zainab Henley, and I have 2 boys attending Swanson Middle School, and I actually wanted to raise some concerns with the proposed calendar, which I think were actually shown in the feedback survey results that was in the proposal. So some of these concerns, for example, number 1 is adjusting to school after the summer break takes a while. And with the proposed start date, student will start school and then they'll have another break of a few days of Labor Day, then they will never be able to fully get into the rhythm of the school in those first few days. And this will basically render those first days of school not very productive from a teaching standpoint. Number 2, a large portion of the greater Washington, D.C. families work with or are aligned with the government, so most of those take vacation in August, and ending the school year earlier in June, and then starting in last week of August will result in difficulties for families to arrange childcare or make vacation plans. Number 3, July and August can get unbearably hot in Washington, D.C., when we sometimes get heat advisories telling us not even be outside. And having the kids start school in the hottest month of the year would not really be good in my view, for their health and well-being. And number 4, the proposal mentions that one of the reasons for the change is to align with the neighboring jurisdictions. Currently, it's aligned with Alexandria, but now when we do August 31st, it's actually going to be all over the place. All the jurisdictions will have different start dates. So I just wanted the school board to take into these considerations, which were also shown in the survey feedback results while voting for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. We have one more speaker, John Schoenecker.
Hi, thank you all for letting me speak for 2 minutes. I appreciate it. My name is John Schoenecker. I've spoken to some of you about this issue before. Mr. Goldstein, thank you for taking the time to speak with me. Mr. Redding, thank you for taking the time to speak with me, especially when I was kind of charged up this afternoon. I get that way. I want to echo what the last speaker said about the school calendar. And I respect what the first speaker said too, but respectfully, the issue is not whether the school year starts before or after Labor Day. The issue right now is whether it starts this year before the Labor Day. And Mr. Goldstein, you were nice enough to explain to me the problem with doing it 18 months out rather than this year, which is that there's logistical issues in building new buildings. So you can't have kind of a bridged summer in the summer of 2021. I would call that, and I think I referred to that, as an immovable object. You cannot use that summer as a bridge summer. That may be true. I would suggest to you that thousands and thousands of families, mine included, who have plans fixed and have had them fixed for a couple weeks now, money, thousands of dollars spent. That is an immovable object. And so we are in the position of either taking those family reunions and trips, and we get like one a summer, and throwing them out the window along with the thousands of dollars of deposits, or being truant. And that is absolutely not a value I want to instill in my children. It's a really impossible choice. If school days are necessary, and I don't know if I'm almost out of time, but if school days are necessary, can I suggest this alternative? Why on earth do we still celebrate Columbus Day? I don't actually hate Christopher Columbus, but why do we celebrate his birthday? No one cares. I grew up going to DC public schools, and I had from December 24th to January 1st off, and I don't want to sound like an old man, but if it's good enough for me, it's good enough for this generation too. 2 weeks is great, I think it's great, but if it's at the expense for winter, but if it's at the expense of telling thousands of families, take your vacations and can them, that's not acceptable. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you for your comments. Okay. Thank you. So colleagues, are there any clarifying questions? Mr. Redding has shared that there are no changes from the last presentation he shared with us, January 23rd. This is for clarifying questions?
I think so.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me know if it's not a clarifying question, and I will hold it for later. I just wanted to understand, Mr. Redding, there are some rules about starting before Labor Day that have an impact on days that we must count as days off. Is that correct?
That is correct. Trying to get, there we go. For school divisions that are changing to a pre-Labor Day start this year, with that provision being allowed in the recent legislation, it is required that we take that Friday prior to Labor Day as a holiday for students and staff. We are expected to be closed that day.
Thank you.
Ms. Van Doren?
I was just getting the definition of clarifying comments. Ms. Johnson, I had posed a couple of questions at the last meeting, and you did give us an answer, but I thought it would be worthwhile for the community to hear it now.
I'm sorry, Ms. Van Doren, could you hold on a second? It's really important that we are able to hear each other and that we're able to have this discussion, because some of us actually don't make up our minds until we're at the dais, much to everyone's disbelief, as we've heard in some comments recently. But it's very important that I hear this discussion, so I ask you to please, if you're going to discuss something, please step outside and respect the discussion that's happening here that is going to have significant impact on the community members of Arlington and students. Thank you. Ms. Van Doren, please continue.
So, Ms. Johnson, I was wondering if you could provide clarity on two questions, and it has to do with accommodating people who have already made plans or for Inauguration Day. I asked if in our policy, we do allow principals to provide leeway and understanding for families who have commitments that could extend to the issue that was raised by the speaker, number one, and number two, if there are commitments or plans around Inauguration Day, which was also raised. Could you speak to those two so that people understand that there's some flexibility
You
there?
had made us aware of those questions, and actually, Mr. Redding's prepared to follow up.
Yes. So in a case where families cannot or are just unable to change their plans, the policy on attendance does provide, it lists the reasons for excused absences, and the final reason on that list is all others that are approved in advance by the principal or designee. So in those instances, families can make contact with the school and obtain approval stating, given this transition, they can request that the absence be excused and it would not count against the student.
And that's something that you'll communicate to the principals so that families, there is that leeway this year.
Absolutely.
And Inauguration Day?
Inauguration Day, we looked at our neighbors' calendars. 3 of our neighbors do have it as a student attendance day currently. Those are Alexandria, Fairfax, and Prince William. Loudon and Falls Church City have it as a holiday for staff and students currently. But in digging through the history and in my fading memory of years in Arlington, in 2009, it was actually the board and the superintendent acted to close school on that day. It was already actually a student day off as a teacher grade prep day, but they did close the system given that the authorities were closing bridges and highways and there was expectations of traffic jams. So it was used as an emergency closing day, similar to snow day or inclement weather day. So that would be an option.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions? May I have a motion?
Yeah, thank you. I have a motion. So I like most of the parts of the superintendent's recommended calendar, particularly the movement to a 5-day pre-service week for staff in recognition that employee voices have been heard. I wish we could make allowances for parent-teacher conferences at the immersion schools, but to do so would mean imposing changes on the entire set of elementary schools to address just 2 locations. However, I do believe that giving everyone notice in February for a pre-Labor Day start in August, just 6 months later, is not sufficient. So accordingly, I move that we adopt the superintendent's recommendation with the change that schools start on September 8th, 2020, and adjust the effective dates of the other elements of the superintendent's calendar recommendation accordingly.
Is there a second? I will second Mr. Goldstein's motion. You're welcome. Discussion of the motion? Mr. Goldstein, would you like to talk to your motion?
Well, I kind of covered it in
Okay.
my preamble there, just that I think we need to give sufficient notice to everybody who is affected by this calendar, staff, community, parents, students, everyone. And, for a change of this type that is a first for us, I just think 6 months' notice is not sufficient.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. Any other comments? If this motion...
Could we ask a
Go ahead.
clarifying question on the
Yes.
motion?
Yes.
Mr. Goldstein, if you could just clarify, what is the start date for the calendar? You're proposing an alternative to the recommendation with a start date of?
September 8th.
Is that, was that calendar 3, or are you?
No, it's
Are you,
not.
that's what I'm asking, are you proposing one of the original calendars, or what is your?
No, my motion is that I'm not proposing one of the 4 calendar options. I'm proposing that we adopt the superintendent's recommendation with the change to a September 8th start date and adjustment of the other dates accordingly. In other words, the end dates.
So the length of the quarters would change. This calendar starting a week later, and then
Yeah,
could
can
I
you
ask
put up,
Mr. Redding to?
Sorry, can you put up the superintendent's option? Recommendation? No, isn't there another slide with more detail? There we go. There we go. So calendar 4, superintendent's recommendation on the left says start August 31st, and then at the bottom row talks about the last days for elementary, middle, and high school. My motion is that the first day of school would be September 8th, and we would have to adjust accordingly what those last days are.
But you want 5 days of pre-service instead of 7 days.
Right, everything else the same.
That's why you're not voting on calendar 2, is that correct?
Why I'm not recommending calendar 2,
Okay.
correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Are there any other comments before we vote on this motion? Okay. We are now ready to vote on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Sorry. Aye.
Let's do that one more time.
Yeah, I missed my cue here.
It's okay. It's a long night.
Yeah.
We are now ready to vote on the motion. This is the motion that Mr. Goldstein has put forth, suggesting that we start school on September 8th and adjust the calendar as needed while maintaining 5 pre-service days. We are now ready to vote on the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion to, the motion fails, 1 to 4. Do I have another motion on the proposed calendar?
Madam Chair, I have a motion. I move that the school board adopt the superintendent's recommended calendar labeled option 4 for the 2020-2021 school year.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any clarifying questions? Oh, I mean,
Comment, yeah.
comments, my apologies.
Just, and I guess I could have mentioned this with Mr. Goldstein's motion. I do think, based on the presentation and, hearing from some committee members, that a lot of work was put into this calendar. We clearly have community members who have different feelings, and that was clear from the survey, completely different feelings. Hopefully, once we get going with this pre-Labor Day start, if this passes, we'll get a little more used to that type of calendar. But I do think a lot of work was done with this. I really appreciate everything you did to pull a comprehensive committee together and, create the satisfaction that came from those members.
Thank you. And thanks to the committee also. That was an outstanding group that really worked hard to find common ground.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there was a lot of great work done on it, and I want to thank you and the people who did all that work. But, as I said, that calendar consideration cycle started later than it should have. In the past, it started later than it should have, I believe, and now it's concluding later than than it should, and is convenient for notification of a lot of people. So it's not the work, it's the timing.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Van Dorn, do you have any comments on the motion?
Thank you for all that hard work, and in particular, I know that it took a couple of years, but the teachers had come forward with a recommendation about flexibility in their training, and I hope we move more and more towards that, and I love this start and love that you all listened to that, because I think it's a really good use of their time. Thank you.
Ms. O'Grady?
Thank you, Mr. Redding. In the last time that we came together to discuss this item, I had asked about the ability to potentially have 2 days of parent-teacher conferences for elementary schools as opposed to a day and a half, because some people had concerns that for schools where a child may have two teachers who teach them their main subjects, there's not really enough time, they felt, to meet with both teachers. I asked you to come back and tell me maybe some ideas around that, and wanted to figure out what you found.
Yep. We did look at conference times, and we looked specifically at if we added an additional early release. In building the 2021-2022 calendar, we can look at 2 days for parent-teacher conferences. That would be a return to practice that we changed, I want to say it was 7 or 8 years ago. What we plan to do is work with principals around creative ways to problem solve this. So how can we leverage school-based subs and other staff to take classes during times to allow teachers to attend additional conferences? But even with 2 full days of parent-teacher conferences in a teacher's 7.5-hour contract a day, that is 15 hours for conferences. And typically 2 conferences are accommodated in 1 hour. So 2 full days would accommodate 30 conferences. In many of our classes where students switch teachers, we're talking about a class size of 24. So we have to find time for 45 to 50 conferences overall. We'll be working with elementary principals around what are the resources we can leverage, such as school-based subs and having different grade level activities for periods of time that students are engaged in meaningful instruction, and teachers might be freed up then to hold those additional parent-teacher conferences.
I appreciate that, and I have one other question. I believe that when we talked about the idea of starting school a little earlier, there was also an academic beneficial component to that. Can you reiterate what the committee determined that academic benefit would be?
Absolutely. The big academic considerations are that the advanced placement, international baccalaureate, and career and technical education exams are set by national organizations. We have a little bit of leeway within the window they provide, but they're set on a national level. So school divisions nearby that are starting 2 weeks before Labor Day would have that additional 2 weeks of instructional time to prepare students for exams that count for college credit and for certifications that lead to career opportunities. We felt it was important to honor that need for time to prepare for those exams. It's also the enrichment opportunities that are available for students that are based around the calendars of our larger neighbors. When we look at Loudoun, Fairfax, and Prince William, we're talking about more than 300,000 students, so 10 times the student population of Arlington. Those calendars for those enrichment opportunities are built for those large groups of students. So by ending earlier, we're opening access to those opportunities for our students.
Thank you very much, and I just also wanted to comment that I too appreciate the opportunity for our teachers to have some voice and choice in terms of how they're going to do their professional learning. As we've learned from our English language learner evaluation and our special ed evaluation, professional development is an important component to keeping our school system a strong school system. And I feel that this proposed calendar helps us do that in a way that will serve our students and also serve our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. I don't have any questions, but I did want to share some comments to the motion. I initially was not supportive of starting before Labor Day. I have concerns about the fact that many families have already made plans and that we're just 6 months out. However, when I was able to sit down and look at the calendars and look at the out years, what I recognize is that this year is very unique, and this happens probably once every 7 years, where Labor Day starts September 8th. And so in essence, you gain a week in summer vacation. And again, it happens once every 7 years. Next year is another opportunity to take advantage of that additional week. However, we have new schools coming online, and it's very difficult to meet those construction deadlines if you start earlier. The following year thereafter, which is what I was originally considering proposing, is Labor Day starts, I believe, September 5th or 6th. So that extra week that we had gained was no longer existing. And if I supported delaying this early start, then we would actually lose a week that summer, and we would only have a 9-week summer. Because the later that you start, the later that we're able to end. So this year, by starting beforehand, we're still able to gain 10 weeks next summer. We're able to gain 10 weeks this summer. And I worry as well that when I looked at our surrounding jurisdictions, many of them are starting 2 weeks prior to Labor Day. At some point, when you look at programs and camps, and I remember being a parent and having camps starting June 15th, or programs that my kids could not attend because we still had a week left of school. So those opportunities that you miss out on become more and more as the surrounding jurisdictions change. The only jurisdiction around us that is not starting before Labor Day is Alexandria, and they are a very small district. So it is with difficulty that I have decided to support the superintendent's recommendation, but I am going to ask that my colleagues entertain an amendment that I would like to make to the motion to ensure that the superintendent, whoever is in place, understands the need to work with our principals that first week of school to accommodate all families who are traveling, to ensure that teachers make that week this year a week of welcoming and engagement and perhaps a light learning so that students can, who are not here due to these plans and due to late notice, are able to come to school the day after Labor Day and engage and start the instruction. And this is a transition. So the amendment that I would like to make is I move to amend the motion by adding the following sentence. The board directs the superintendent to work with principals to provide families with alternative arrangements for students who will not be able to attend prior to Labor Day. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion on this amendment?
Is there any possibility that we could actually see that? Because I've had difficulty just hearing it.
Yes. And I apologize, again, I was not sure where I was going to move with this motion, so it's just in my script on the chance that and it's really, the reason I'm doing this is because we have Ms. Johnson as an interim superintendent. We do not know who all superintendent will be in August. And so this really makes sure that it's in writing, that we are directing the superintendent, whoever's in that position, who may not be as familiar with this change now, that they really, that we are prioritizing that direction to work with our principals for families who are not going to be able to attend due to pre-scheduled arrangements.
So in reading this, what does alternative arrangements mean?
It can mean working with any homework that's decided, provided, excused absences, making sure, however we meet the needs of our community.
Could I just say accommodations?
Sure.
I mean, I think alternative arrangements almost sounds like they're going to a different school. So
Okay.
I'm just giving you
No, I
perhaps a
appreciate that.
different word.
Accommodations is great.
Yeah. For students who will not be able to attend, even though you feel we need this, even though it's already, the leeway is already in the policy.
Yes, because I don't know who the superintendent will be, and I want to make sure that the person who is sitting there understands it. And I think it also provides a reassurance to our families that we recognize the difficulties of doing this at this time. But it's an amendment, and we can choose not to adopt it. Dr. Kennedy.
Could I ask Ms. Johnson to share her thoughts on that motion or that amendment?
So our present PIP does in fact speak to giving special considerations when we have absences. So there is language already built in there that basically states that families in situations that are unable to make changes to their plan should move forward with contacting the principal or designee and make arrangements. So I think we would be honoring what is outlined in our PIP as part of our normal protocol.
So could I just confirm what you said then? So basically families, whether we have direction to a superintendent or not, according to our policy implementation procedure now, already published. If families are going to not be here before Labor Day, they can email or talk to their principal at their school. And then, what is it? It's an excused?
It's an excused absence that does not carry any penalty, and students are provided time to make up missed work. And I think where we would do our due diligence is make sure that we're communicating that to our administrative team, that I think then aligns with what Ms. Talento said. But it is in our PIP.
Thank you. So, I've moved to amend the motion, and there is seconds, and I will act on the motion as amended.
No.
Oh, sorry, Ms. O'Grady. Yes. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. O'Grady.
The question I have is, even if this amendment were to be adopted, would it still require parents to reach out to the school ahead of time before the absence occurs?
Yeah, you have to do that anyway, right? Yeah. You always have to do that. So it's the same.
Yeah, there is an expectation that when a student is going to be out, that they notify the school.
Okay.
And there are multiple ways to do that, but yes.
I just wanted to make sure that that parents understood either way, whether we have this amendment or we don't have this amendment. The onus is on the parents to ensure that if they're not going to show up for the first day of school, that they need to let the school know and speak to someone who can recognize the absence. Thank you.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yeah, thank you. I'm processing this, so I think I have two concerns here. The first is, even though it's in our PIP, how uniformly is this going to be applied across the schools? Because by August, we'll have a permanent superintendent, and I could imagine that somebody's going to get a different answer from a different school administrator than someone else in the same situation would get from their school administrator. So that would cause problems if that were the case. My other concern is, how would this be done with families of rising kindergartners, families who are not in APS at the moment, that their first child is about to be a kindergartner and may not be the recipient of that kind of communication about the possibility of an accommodation. So those are my concerns at the moment.
Okay, Dr.
If you're going
Kenyon?
to call for a vote, I think we do need a chance to explain why we're going to vote as we were going to on your amendment.
Okay.
And I mean, I'm uncomfortable directing the superintendent to do something that is already in our policy implementation procedure, that she will do it. To answer Mr. Goldstein's question, how do we know that it will be consistently applied? We expect our policy implementation procedures to be followed. I don't, and when they're not, we learn about it, and it's addressed. I don't think this is a good precedent. I will be voting no. The concern I have is that often, votes end up, in the media, and I'm voting no because we already have the process in place. The superintendent already told us that we will, as part of the announcement of the calendar, this policy implementation will be shared, and so basically, it's going to appear that I'm voting no to allowing unexcused absences. I'm absolutely not doing that. I'm voting no because this is already in our policy implementation procedure. I just want to clarify that.
Thank you, Dr. Kenyon. Yes, Ms. Johnson.
I would like to add, and if Mr. Dusimili was here, he would be able to elaborate further, but our system monitors attendance on a daily basis, and every administrator and other staff get that information. So there are definitely ways to have checks and balances in terms of knowing who is present and who is not. And we have a system in place that says we are expected to follow up. Some of that is, via robocall, but there are systems that would allow us to do the checks, and maybe we need to take a look at it in light of the calendar change. Mr. Goldstein, I'll also share that if kindergartners are registered, the same process would apply.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Does anyone else want to speak on their vote? On the amendment, not on the motion? Ms. O'Grady.
I appreciate the added checks and balances to ensuring that the future permanent superintendent would follow this procedure. I appreciate that the message that this is trying to send to our community, and I endorse that message. Though it may, I think I do agree with Dr. Cannon and that putting in place something that is kind of outside of the PIP, which we work with the superintendent on a daily basis, we can make sure that this information gets out. I don't know that we would need this amendment to ensure that that happens. But I want to support the tenor and the intent of this amendment, even though I think it may go too far with us dictating something to the superintendent that I feel will already do this because it is required of the superintendent to follow our PIP, our policy implementation procedure.
Ms. Van Doren.
I'm going to support the amendment. I think we do have policies and PIPs, but I think this is a very unusual circumstance, and I think we need to send a strong signal to the community that we really expect across the board at every school, every principal, to be as lenient as possible in that week as we make the transition. It is my experience as a parent of 4 students in the system with representing people throughout the community that often our PIPs and policies are not consistently implemented. So at this time, I think we, as a precaution to make sure that we've communicated clearly and support the superintendent's implementation, that we should make this statement, we should support this amendment, and that we should ask, I don't think we have to add it to the motion, the superintendent to do before the end of the year some communications to remind parents to be communicating with the school if they're not going to be able to come in on time. So I'm going to be supporting the amendment.
Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I've got heartburn with this, and I've got heartburn with the main motion. And I believe that we're doing this because we are in this short notice situation. Now, I know that there are principals who are firm with families who want to go back to the home country or take extra time at vacations or summer or something like this. And their answer is, no, your child has to be here in school because that's where the instruction happens. So, the principals have that discretion to be able to say that. And I really don't see what the difference is between family taking extra time because they're, on a foreign trip, or families who are taking time away from school because they're had plans for those dates on the calendar. So, again, the principals have that discretion, and I can well imagine that some principals are going to say, yeah, sure, that's fine, and other principals are going to say, no, your child needs to be here. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
So first, I want to apologize to my colleagues because we do try to share where we are early when we can. I was not able to do that with them, so it was not something they had time to process. But I did want to make this amendment because being chair during a year of transition, there are a lot of things that you work as a team to make sure that you're doing that has been done before. And so my concern is that we don't know who the new superintendent will be in August. they will be adjusting and adapting to a lot of changes and a lot of work coming on with the initiatives and the work that we'll be doing next year. So this was an effort for me to make sure that we commit as a board and as a system to support the communications, our principals, and our families in this transition that is being done within a 6-month notice, with the recognition that that's where we were moving. So I will be supporting the amendment. Ms. Johnson, if I knew that you would be sitting here in August, I would not even consider this amendment, but I don't know if you will be with us in that position in August, and so this is really just an effort to reaffirm for us as a board and our system that it's important that our principals in this particular year, during this particular week, have leniency and understanding with our families who have already committed to plans, invested a lot of money, and that the following week they're able to welcome any students who are not able. So let's move on this action. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion failed. Motion fails 2-3. So we are now ready to vote on the motion, the original motion. Are you all ready? Okay. It's okay. All in favor of the original motion as read, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 4-1. Our next action item is the elementary school planning proposal. Ms. Johnson, will you please introduce this item?
I'd like to introduce Lisa Stingles and her staff for the follow-up on elementary school planning.
Thank you. Gladys Bourdoin is here to help me present tonight, and the team will help answer questions if needed afterwards. So tonight I'm sharing the superintendent's recommended moves. You heard about this at the school board meeting on January 7th. The recommended school moves would be effective for the 2021-22 school year. It would be concurrent with boundary changes, and it would happen at the time when we open 725 new elementary seats at the Reed School site. The majority of McKinley students under this proposal move to the new school at the site, along with the staff. The option school students can continue to move together, or as they do today, can attend their neighborhood school. That includes Arlington Traditional School moving to the McKinley site and Key Immersion moving to the ATS site. Then the Key site would open as a new neighborhood school. This recommendation positions APS for sustainable boundary changes ahead of the fall 2020 boundary process by addressing an imbalance of seats and students across the county. We have current and future enrollment growth in the Roslyn Courthouse area. We know that area right now, we have more students than seats, and we have a surplus of seats as we go into opening the Reed School site. The superintendent's recommendations for school move does the following. It opens neighborhood seats at the Key site where there's the greatest need. We expect more multifamily developments to open in the next few years in this area. APS doesn't have any other properties east of Arlington Science Focus. We recently opened the Heights. That was the only other site that we could have developed. The Arlington Science Focus School today is at greater than 130% above its capacity. The enrollment is above the capacity for the school. Next year, it will have 10 relocatables to serve the students in that building. We have an urgent need for seats in this area. This proposal is repurposing the Key facility as a neighborhood school while we continue to offer immersion at another location. The superintendent's recommendation builds on a foundation for the upcoming boundary process and helps minimize the impact of boundary adjustments on neighborhood school students. Since nearly half of the McKinley students currently live in the Reed Walk Zone, we're able to keep more of that community together by moving the majority of the students into the new school. By repurposing the McKinley facility as a countywide option school, it means that during the boundary process, we can keep more school communities together and more of them attending their neighborhood school, closer to where they live. Also, we will be positioning to develop boundaries that keep more neighborhood students walking to school and help manage demands on transportation. reducing some of our bus rides and not making longer bus rides for many more students. This recommendation reinforces APS's commitment to options while shifting from a system of school to school systems. Having both options in neighborhood schools allows our school systems to provide multiple pathways to student success. Moving key immersion to a more central location places the program closer to where more Spanish-speaking students live. Moving Arlington Traditional to a larger facility allows more students to enroll in the program and offers opportunities for the program to maintain its diversity. And finally, the superintendent's recommendation prepares us for the fall 2020 boundary process and will advance our mission to promote diversity, contribute to efficiency of operating the school system.
Good evening, community members, school board members, staff. Throughout this process, we have focused on ensuring that communications and outreach has followed a county-wide approach, which has been aligned to our stakeholder recommendations. We've provided information in several languages and multiple platforms and had consistent communications with our PTA leadership and our APS ambassadors. We have received input from our community members during this phase, and which will also be incorporated into the following phases that follow this one. In fact, the most recent forum that we had was a webinar to share staff analysis and community members' ideas and proposals. And I'm mentioning this because it was new since our last board presentation to you and because it was informed by our community input. We have had strong participation from our community members, and we share some stats here. This is an updated list since the last time that we were here in front of you. We've used many different ways to share information and to gather input, which have allowed us to hear those diverse perspectives throughout this entire process. We have also provided targeted outreach in person to county-wide groups and to our internal stakeholders as well. As we shared with you previously, we have communicated and engaged with all school PTAs, which we have learned is a top source of information for families in this particular process. The APS Engage webpage is at the top of that source of information, followed by the PTAs, and schools talk messages are next. Community input has guided our communications and our engagement. We have answered questions, reviewed comments, ideas, and the scenario proposals. It was clear to us from community input that people understand the challenges that are faced with the boundaries-only scenario, and it reaffirmed that Proposal 1 was the better configuration to meet the collective planning goals. The community input also told us that it is important to keep sizable cohorts of students together, as well as conducting very early outreach to our families in all phases of the process. I'm going to turn it over to Lisa to finish up.
If the superintendent's recommendation is not adopted, the alternative is to conduct a boundary process in the fall without moving any schools. New boundaries, again, would be effective for 2021-22. Regardless of what we do, next year we are conducting a boundary process for every neighborhood school. Our option schools do not have boundaries, so they are not part of the boundary process. The alternative scenario represents the challenges we will face developing boundaries without the school moves. The only way we could use schools to manageable capacity would be to develop boundaries that require more students to be assigned to schools further away instead of the schools closer to where they live. We'd be moving a lot of students from one side of the county to the other to fill schools where we built capacity. Fewer students could walk to neighborhood schools. We wouldn't be able to honor the walk zones and some of the efficiency that we need. More students who live in walk zones for one school would be assigned to others and would become eligible for a bus. In addition, this approach would require that APS reassign significantly more neighborhood school students to other schools. As APS works to be ready for 2021-22, our planning process has 4 phases. The first phase has been to look at the school moves in order to address the imbalance between where students live and where we have neighborhood seats available. The next phase this spring will focus on reviewing all of the data. Our boundary policy has considerations. We will be building on what we've learned in the past boundary process and supplementing that information. We'll also be putting the information out to the community to review this spring so that when we get to the fall, the information is tight and we won't be trying to make some last-minute adjustments to the underlying data that we use for boundaries. Phase 3 is the boundary process for all neighborhood elementary schools. We'll create an attendance zone for the new school at the Reed site. We'll adjust the neighborhood attendance zone around Arlington Science Focus to include that neighborhood. We'll adjust the boundaries for probably every school. We will avoid moving any student as much as we can who was moved in the last boundary process. We've been very intentional of not doing too much that we have to go back and move a family or a planning unit or a student an additional time if they just moved this year. The final phase is in spring 2021, and actually will start, if these moves are adopted, would start for the schools that are moving now. And that is preparing schools for the transition and providing supports. As these decisions are made, we will actually work with the schools, put resources around them to begin to address the questions that have come from their communities. We've heard really good suggestions on things that people think might make it more useful. We know there's transportation concerns. We know there's issues with capacity and how you fill the school or work with a school that doesn't have enough capacity. We'll work with the principal at each of those schools to develop a plan and put a team of staff around them to support that work as they go forward. That's it.
Thank you for the presentation. And I just want to apologize that earlier I referred to this presentation as the boundaries. I've been looking at a lot of the community proposals, which were actual proposals on boundaries. So this is actually an elementary school planning proposal, and I just want to reaffirm what staff has shared. We are not, if this proposal is adopted this evening, there are no boundary changes being made with this proposal. We are moving schools. And so I wanted to apologize for that, misspeak earlier. And now I'm going to ask Ms. Elliott if we have any speakers.
Yes, we do. We have, I believe, 18. No, maybe not. Our first, well, I'll call speakers up 5 at a time so we can move quickly. If you can line up over at the sign. And we have a speaker coming up first, Colin McQueen, then Wells Harrell, Alicia Rich, Simone Walker, and Aaron Frias-Smith are the next speakers.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. That's good. Hi, my name is Colin McQueen. I am a 3rd grader at McKinley Elementary. I would like to begin my commenting with this question. Why are we coming up with a redundant answer to the boundary problem we are facing? In short, we have come up with an answer that will only reinstate the problem. I believe an alternate answer could work just fine and would probably be better. The one I highly recommend is adding additions to existing schools if the budget would allow. If we go with the current proposal, kids will be absent-mindedly shuffled from school to school with very little information about it. Therefore, I hope you will vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, next we have Wells Harrell.
You can actually push a little button that will raise the mic up for you. It's on the left.
That's all right.
I always have to adjust it when I'm there, so.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Wells Harrell. I'm a future APS parent living in East Falls Church, and I'm here to speak on in support of the MOVE's recommendation and ask you to vote yes on it, if for no other reason that it presents the most opportunities to keep more students as part of their school communities. I first got involved in this process when I was reading and reviewing proposals by others in the community that would involve closing a neighborhood school in order to keep another neighborhood school at its own building currently. And that just didn't seem right. A top priority should always be to keep students in their communities wherever possible. And it's in that spirit that the superintendent's recommendation would move 3 programs, but keep every program in Arlington elementary schools open. And not only that, but would also position the school board to draw boundaries for the new McKinley program at Reed that would keep more of the McKinley program together than without it. What do I mean by that? Well, the challenge with McKinley is that it is so close to the Reed site and that there are so many students who are more accessible to Reed than they are to McKinley, that keeping Reed and McKinley both open as separate programs would mean splitting the McKinley community in half if Reed were to open as its own school. But that challenge presents an opportunity. The ROO's recommendation, by moving the McKinley elementary program to Reed, allows the board to draw boundaries that conform mostly to the current attendance zone for McKinley. That means that upwards of 75% or more of current McKinley students can make the move to a new school at Reed. Now, I don't mean to minimize or downplay the burden that'll be felt by a lot of families that are affected by this process, and by the administrators of the schools as well. But this board will be positioned to help them. I would encourage the board, especially for tight-knit communities like Madison Manor and Dominion Hills, to draw boundaries that keep those communities together no matter where they go. Therefore, I ask that the board vote yes on the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, next we have Alicia Rich. Oh, thank you.
Staff is fond of saying that no matter where kids go in Arlington, they're going to get a great education. And for my kid, that's probably true. So why am I standing here? Because for children and families without the privilege that my family has, if you approve this proposal, you will make that great Arlington education a little bit worse. Staff says that a benefit of the proposal is that ATS gets 100 more seats. What they don't say is that those seats are going to be filled with children whose parents have cars and paid time off. They don't mention the children who probably won't fill those seats, whose parents work hourly jobs, don't have cars, can't afford the time and expense it takes to get to school in an emergency or when they simply need to talk to the teacher. For those families who've seen their children blossom at ATS, their experience becomes a little bit worse. Last week, science-focused parents made statements like kids deserve better than having gym class in hallways, and they deserve to have music rooms, and they are absolutely right. Their school is at 127% capacity. The theory is that if Key moves, Science Focus gets relief from overcrowding. And Key, at the ATS site, using staff's calculations, will be at 152% capacity in hallways, no music rooms, a little bit worse. Spanish-speaking families at Key who can't move to the ATS site, of which there will be many, what will their experience be? If they're lucky, there'll be a handful of school staff they can communicate with. Their kids may have to translate for them with a guidance counselor or in parent-teacher conferences. A little bit worse. Before you vote tonight, I hope you ask yourselves what you want your legacy to be. Because in voting yes to this proposal, you ensure that while Arlington County schools are great for many children, for some others, the ones who have the least, who often face the biggest societal challenges, they'll be a little bit worse. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Next we have Simone Walker.
The NAACP works to ensure that disadvantaged students and students of color are on the path to educational success. We are dedicated to eliminating the significant racial inequities that continue to plague our education system. We have heard from a number of ATS families of color who will be unduly burdened by the proposed move to McKinley, where public transportation is less accessible. Given these families' experience with economic constraints as well as transportation challenges, the move will make it much harder for them to access school for parent meetings and community events. Because ATS is a county-wide school with 2 VPI and 1 MIPA class, many of these students, as young as 4 years old, wake up at 6:30 to get to school by 8. Under the proposed plan, these young children would need to wake up even earlier to be bused from the southern tip of Arlington to the farthest northwest section of Arlington bordering Falls Church. Some parents have told us they would be forced to withdraw their children from ATS if the school is moved farther northwest. Here is why this is not okay. ATS is a majority-minority, 3-time Blue Ribbon school with 8 Governor Awards and 2 Virginia School Board of Education Awards for educational excellence, and has successfully closed the achievement gap among all demographics, with a population of 20% English learners representing 22 languages in 30 countries, 30% of students receiving free and reduced price meals, and 11% students with disabilities, all who consistently outperform their peers across APS. To now make ATS even less accessible to our most vulnerable students who need stability and the instructional quality it offers is to pull the academic rug of achievement out from under them. We caution the school board to give significant consideration to the adverse and inequitable impact this move will have on these and other families. Thanks.
I really ask you to please not clap. We have 18 speakers. We have 5 information items after the elementary proposal boundary, and we also have our fiscal school closeout. So please, we can see you waving. Mr. Fleming, if you would like to come up to the front row, there's a seat where we could visibly see you waving and standing. And if you are going to continue to disrupt this meeting tonight on a topic that is very emotional and impactful to our community, I will be asking you to step out of the room. So I really appreciate the advocacy that's here this evening. We understand how difficult this is for our community. We want to see your support, but we also want to be able to hear the speakers. Thank you.
Hi. I'm here tonight because I'm angry and I'm disillusioned. I'm angry because you're going to vote tonight to, if everything goes as APS staff says it will, move Key to a school where we will be at 152% capacity so that Science Focus can be relieved of their overcapacity issues. They currently stand, as of APS data in December of 2019, at 127% capacity with an empty county-owned building just across the street, a building that the county has stated they are willing to let APS use. We saw the letter. If Key remains with a 40% of our enrollment from our legacy neighborhood, the 40% that will likely stay when Key moves, causing the corridor that you're seeking to relieve to remain overcrowded. But let's put aside the fact that the underlying premise of these costly school moves doesn't hold water, and that APS staff consistently misleads and lies by omission to the public, the media, and the school board. Let's put aside the fact that none of my many emails with questions or concerns to staff or school board members were ever answered to talk about Arlington County. How is it in one of the most wealthy counties in 2020, the quality of a child's education still depends on their street address? We know that boundaries based on walkability resegregate schools. We have nationwide data that supports this. Why are we prioritizing short bus rides over equity and diversity? And why do we accept high transfer rates and under-enrollment in South Arlington rather than striving to fix the underlying issues that have persisted for decades? You have an opportunity to start trying to fix the real issues at play. Do the right thing, vote no school moves so we can fix this capacity issue in a fair and equitable way. Use data, not feelings. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next 5 speakers are Angie Kramer, Emmy Olson, Jeff Oland, Siobhan Dupuy, and Terry Schwartzbeck.
My name is Angie Kramer. The schools are only 2 miles away. I'm insulted that you don't think we care about low-income people. We welcome all families. Kids are resilient and will be fine. These are some of the dissenting comments I've heard. My son transferred from our neighborhood school to Key, and here are my observations. My neighborhood school's PTA did not provide a food pantry on school grounds funded by PTA money and provide the poor grocery store gift cards year-round. They did not provide low-cost or free childcare for all events and parent-teacher conferences. Caring staff did not conduct any drives to provide household items to needy families outside of office hours. Key does. It's a very special community. Taking away Spanish-speaking families' choice to send their children to immersion removes a primary lifeline for support and, in many cases, survival. Bilingualism is more than just speaking Spanish. It's about reading literature and thinking critically in your mother tongue. None of these considerations can be provided at neighborhood schools. Also, I'd like to remind the board that both immersion programs do have boundaries. The past 3 months have pitted school communities against each other. I myself have been yelled at for my outspokenness while running errands. One comment struck out at me. My property values matter too. So there it is. This isn't about children after all. It's about money, prime real estate. We pretend to be progressive until poor people, mostly of colors, make it inconvenient. So what do we prioritize in this community? Because some have the most to lose for others to gain. And the data doesn't even tell us what exactly will transpire. I urge each of you to vote no on this proposal. And as Alicia mentioned earlier, if we move to ATS with 100% of our students at 707, we'll be at 152% capacity. What school community will move for us?
Thank you for your comments.
Our names are Tim and Emmy Olson. We are one of the many families who are advocating for Key School to stay on Key. Many other families are watching and awaiting the decision by APS tonight. Unfortunately, we cannot attend the meeting, but we appreciate our letter being read and you taking the time to hear our voices. We are the parents of 3 Spanish immersion students in Arlington. Our oldest went through Key School and is currently in the immersion program at Gunston. We also have a 2nd grader and a kindergartner currently enrolled at Key. We are also the aunt and uncle to 2 Spanish immersion students at Claremont. Our family loves and supports the Spanish immersion programs in Arlington. We have chosen to stay in Arlington County because of Key School. Again, not just because of the county, but specifically because of the high level of education and language learning at Key School. This school offers an immersion program that is top of the line. Our children have the opportunity to develop the language pathways that very few in our country are given. Not only should this school stay in its current size and location, it should be held in much higher esteem. In a time when our Latino communities are being threatened, Spanish immersion is a way of supporting these families and the educational growth of these students. Arlington should be looking into ways to share their knowledge of immersion programs with other school systems nationwide, not threatening this model with cuts and moves. The benefits of Spanish immersion in our county far outweigh the costs. I really hope you decide to vote against moving Key for the sake of the 200 children who will no longer have a seat and will lose out on this opportunity. This proposal displaces thousands of students for the benefit of one whole school. Parents have developed professional proposals that displace the least amount of students while relieving overcrowding in the Roslyn-Ballston corridor. While not perfect, staff has plenty of time to work with these parents and other stakeholders to address boundary changes that relieve overcrowding at all schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Hi, I am Jeff Olind. I have a daughter in 1st grade at Key Elementary and a son that we hope will be accepted to join Key at kindergarten next year. I do have major concerns for the impact of the proposed school moves to the Spanish immersion program. This program, founded by Dr. Myers, and I believe I saw her in the stand. It's built up over 34 years, creating a strong, diverse Key community. This program promotes bilateral and bilingual education, as well as sharing of different cultural heritage and diverse backgrounds, which meets many of the civic and social goals of Arlington County. I'm highly concerned that a move away from robust public transportation options will result in lower emissions and not the right mix of native Spanish and English speakers. A move to a smaller building will result in lower emissions and, again, not the right mix of native Spanish and English speakers. A move away from native Spanish-speaking students that are currently in walking distance of Key will result in a significant portion of those students staying with the current Key facility as a neighborhood option, and not only negatively impacting the Key community, but also not solving the overcrowding issue that we are all facing. Kindergarten and 1st grade admissions are essential to an immersion program success due to the inability for students to transfer into the program unless they're coming from another Spanish immersion program. If we start off with a smaller kindergarten and first grade, the down years, it will have impacts, and the community will just diminish as it goes. But I see my time is expiring, so I urge you to not approve this proposal, and let's get back to the drawing boards to solve the overcrowding problem.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Ms. Siobhan Dupuy. She will be speaking in Spanish first, and then we'll translate to English for us.
Thank you so much, and you actually got my name right, all of it. I'm going to start with a letter written by two students at Key Elementary, Meyer Vieira in 3rd grade and Dagny Vieira in 1st grade. They wrote the letter in Spanish, so I'm going to do my best to read it in Spanish. I've been practicing all day, so wish me luck. Por favor, no muevan nuestra escuela aquí, porque mi familia usa transportación pública para llevarnos a la escuela y no podemos ir más lejos de lo que ya viajamos. Si mueven nuestra escuela, no veremos a nuestros amigos ni nuestras maestras favoritas. No hay rutas de autobús ART para llegar al local propuesto para escuela aquí y no podremos usar el autobús para ir a la escuela. Extrañaremos a nuestros choferes de autobús favoritos. Ellos son miembros de nuestra comunidad también. El condado no tiene que mostrar al mundo que la vida no es justa. In English, please don't move our school because my family uses public transportation to take us to school and we can't go farther away than we already travel. If you move our school, we won't see our friends or favorite teachers. They don't have ART bus routes to get us to the new Key location, and we can't use the bus to go to school. We won't see our favorite ART bus drivers. They are members of our community too. Arlington County needs to show that life is just. Now I'll move on to some comments of my own. The thing that I've been struck by the most with this process is that we need intentionality around demographics. Race Forward, a national organization focused on racial equity, has stated negative racial impacts may or may not be intentional, and positive racial impacts often require intentionality. If we are not conscious about race in this decision-making process, even if well-intentioned, we increase the likelihood that negative racial impacts will result and racial inequalities will be reinforced. Arlington Public Schools Planning and Evaluation Office has stated that it is not considering demographics as part of these school moves, other than an offhand remark that it believes that ATS is located closer to more Spanish speakers. And APS will not release demographics for planning units during this phase of the process. I know Arlington County values diversity. It's one of your stated goals. I understand that you're trying to solve an overcrowding problem, and we all sympathize. However, your unintended consequence with the proposed moves is that you are reinforcing racial inequalities and racial impacts. You're proposing to move Key from a transit-rich environment on the metro that enables diversity. You're geographically locating ATS, another highly successful school and quite diverse, to a far corner of the county on the Falls Church line. You have shown your commitment to diversity in hiring a new Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer. You also are prepared to hire a new superintendent. We would propose that the Key, ATS, and McKinley schools stand ready to work with APS and with this new Chief Diversity Officer, as well as the superintendent, to answer these important questions about racial equity and to redraw boundaries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to clarify that when we provide 2 minutes for interpretation and for translation, it's 2 minutes for reading the comments and then 2 minutes to translate those particular comments. allowed that speaker to finish because I recognize that this is an important topic and it's very important to all of our parents, but I do ask that you just respect that so that everyone has the same amount of time and opportunity to speak. Thank you.
My name is Terry Schwartzbeck, and I'm here to express my strong opposition to this school moves proposal. I have a 5th grader at McKinley and a freshman at Yorktown. This proposal does not affect where my child goes to school. But I would like to remind the board, first of all, that quantity of engagement does not equal quality of engagement. Further, every 2 years, voters are asked to come and support the county's general bond referendum, and in the last decade, voter support for those bonds has been strong, but showed signs of weakening. Many in our community readily supported the bond that funded Reed construction because we felt we were promised relief from the overcrowding at McKinley. How can anyone trust going forward that relief will come where you say it's going to come? Second, any consideration of this so-called representative scenario in this process has got to be eliminated. This map has been put online, put on poster boards, and mentioned even tonight and last week as if it was an alternative proposal, but it is not. It is continually confirmed that it is not a real proposal. It's not based on real data. It is at best a straw man created to make these school moves proposals look more appealing, and at worst, it is policy malpractice to keep this in the discussion. Making any decision based on this scenario is like planning out your real estate career based on a Monopoly game. Community-supported proposals have shown again and again and again that current capacity concerns can not only be addressed through a boundary-only process, but that a boundary-only process can do it better. The choice before you is not between Proposal 1 and the representative scenario. The choice before you is not school moves or overcrowding in Roslyn and Ballston. The choice before you is between moving schools that don't want to be moved in a way that disenfranchises families at risk and breaks trust, and listening to your community that wants to work with you on a holistic process. Finally, I just urge everyone to remember that schools are not just relief valves. They are homes of learning, and they are precious to us. And planning units are not just clusters of kids, but homes to living, breathing humans. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. My name is Laura Keneally. I'm a parent of a key student named Ethan Keneally, who is here tonight. Tonight, you undertake a critical vote. And let's be very clear, this is not a symbolic vote about renaming a school. This is a vote that is going to have real academic consequences for many of our disadvantaged students. This is also not a vote about a representative boundary. As was just mentioned, that is a false choice that cherry-picked the worst possible outcomes and put it forward as a default alternative. This is a vote that's going to have permanent and lasting negative effects that cannot be easily undone. Because the analysis is faulty, by the time you realize these moves are a mistake, you will be unable to remedy the situation. This is a vote that we, the taxpayers, are watching closely to see whether engage with APS is just a motto or genuinely a guiding principle and a covenant with the community. I'm sorry to say that throughout this process, many of us have attended and spoken up at school board meetings, attended office hours, submitted questions to APS staff on these proposals, many of which to this day have gone unanswered. We've participated in events at schools, libraries, and other locations to ask questions and express concerns, only to be told that maybe we shouldn't get community input if we dare to ask the tough questions about this analysis. This is a vote that you, our elected representatives, we have not seen in recent history very many examples of elected officials who, when presented with clear facts and evidence, have the courage to do the right thing. I'm asking you to consider whether, in the face of all of the undisputed facts and analysis presented to you by the community, you have the information needed to make an accurate and defensible choice. For all of these reasons, I hope you will do your duty to make the right choice and vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Our final 5 speakers are Maura McMahon, Jenny Rizzo, Steve Krieger, Rod Mackler, and Diana Salgado.
Hi, Maura McMahon with the County Council of PTAs. CCPTA's role in this process has been one of listening, of encouraging all groups to provide input, and working with APS to ensure equitable opportunities to engage and communication that is open to all stakeholders. Enrollment and boundaries are not singular school issues. The board's vote must be in the best interests of Arlington Public Schools. We trust that each of you understands the implications of moving programs, as well as not moving programs. We hear frequent references to breaking communities apart, an emotional appeal apropos to any decision you make. Crowding simply cannot be alleviated without moving some students to different schools. With or without program moves, many communities will lose some of their families, some of their classmates, and even some of their teachers. In turn, other communities will gain and welcome them. Communities evolve and they expand. During this process, despite their different perspectives, many of our PTAs have communicated with each other more and collaborated in ways they have not done before. The process has pushed people to take a broader, longer-term perspective. This is largely due to the open process staff implemented. Without staff's commitment to ensuring all stakeholders have the same information at the same time, that communication and collaboration would be impeded and ineffective. Every scenario has its pros and cons and its own implications. Whatever you decide, we will work with our PTAs and APS to address any resulting impacts in order to minimize disruptions and make transitions as smooth as possible. We also call on our PTAs to incorporate a district-wide perspective and help ensure a thoughtful, respectful dialogue through boundary discussions. The board's decision needs to be based on the sustainability of managing a continually increasing population and the ability to maintain and improve the quality and effectiveness of instruction. Which path will better help us maneuver these challenges going forward? That is the decision you need to make tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Ms. Rizzo?
Hello, my name is Jenny Rizzo. I have a child at Key and I have a child at Gunston. I have a chart that compares the outcomes from Proposal 1 to the community-generated boundary-only scenarios. You have the same information on the handout I've just turned in. I know not everyone can read this from a distance. Proposal 1 outcomes are here in the first column, and the community-generated boundary-only are in the second column for each category. I've circled the best outcomes in green. And as you can see, these are almost all in the second columns from the community-generated boundary-only scenarios. For example, neighborhood students reassigned to different schools, fewer neighborhood students have to move under all three of the community-generated boundary-only scenarios than in Proposal 1. For number of students who can walk to school, more students can walk to school under all three of the community-generated boundary-only scenarios than in Proposal 1. For average bus ride, this distance is the same. For the number of schools over capacity, the best case scenario comes from the community-generated boundaries-only scenarios. This chart speaks to the impact and the benefits for all of Arlington Public Schools, students and schools. Not option over neighborhood, not neighborhood over option. Proposal 1 has huge costs, huge human costs as others have described. Proposal 1 has huge unknowns, unknowns that significantly impact whether it meets its goal of capacity in the Roslyn Courthouse area. And even if Proposal 1 performs as intended, it is not clearly better for all APS students and schools than doing boundaries only. Please vote no on Proposal 1. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Krieger?
Good evening, school board members. My name is Stephen Krieger, and as you know, I'm running for school board. If I told you that today was Monday, no matter how many times I said it, it's simply not true. If I told you that it was 75 degrees and sunny outside in Arlington this afternoon, no matter how much I wished it to be true, it simply would not be true. No matter how many times the staff tells us that this is not a boundary process, that's also not true. This process is directly connected to the boundary process. The staff has even put forward an alternative boundary process. It's intellectually dishonest for anybody to sit in this room and argue that this process is called something else, but it's not really a boundary process. And because it is a boundary process, the school board must follow the policy B-2.1 on boundaries. You passed this policy in 2017. The policy outlines 6 considerations that says, and I quote, "School board's review of these proposed changes shall include," and it goes on to list the 6 considerations the school board is supposed to make. One of them is efficiency. How much is this going to cost? As far as I can tell, there's been no data provided on the costs of these school moves proposals. 2 is stability, reducing the number of times a student is moved. You don't know this information yet because the boundaries have not been set. 3, demographics. You've told us that you're not fully considering this factor at this time and have only said that we're moving Key to ATS because there are more Spanish-speaking students in that neighborhood. That's not really a full consideration. There's nothing in this policy that allows for a pre-boundary process, which makes sense because why would you create a policy and then create an exception that allows you to avoid the entire point of the policy? The school board has a duty to serve as a check on the recommendations of the superintendent. If you vote on this proposal without evaluating all 6 of the considerations of your own policy, you're not properly doing your diligence, and since staff has not provided you with information on all 6 considerations, for that reason alone, you should vote no on the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Mackler?
I'm Rod Mackler. I'm a Madison Manor delegate to the Arlington Civic Forum. On November the 19th, Arlington Public Schools came to the Civic Forum to present Proposal 1 and Proposal 2. I won't go over the details of the proposals because all of you know them. But Proposal 2 came out much better on every metric. It came out better in the number of children moved, in the number of children within walking zones, in the number of buses required. My point here is not to peddle Proposal 2. We've heard the speaker before last say that other community members have found proposals much better than Proposal 2. Perhaps you should just crowdsource this whole idea. But the point is, tonight you should vote no on Proposal 1. It's not a good idea. It's not a good boundary change. The chair let slip that this is a boundary change question, and it certainly is. Perhaps for Arlington Traditional School, you'd move the whole school, and since it's a choice school, it wouldn't have any boundary implications. But certainly for Key, establishing a new neighborhood school in Roslyn is a boundary question. For McKinley, it's a boundary question for where the new Reed School is. The numbers don't even work. You're proposing to move 758 students from McKinley School to 725 seats in the new Reed School. The numbers don't add up, and that doesn't even think about the neighbors in Westover and Overly Knolls, Highland Park neighborhood who participated strongly in those in the planning for Reed School. So please vote no on Proposal 1. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our final speaker is Diana Salgado.
Good evening. My name is Diana Salgado, and I am a proud parent of a Key second grader. A lot of great points have been made tonight. I would like to use my time to have us reflect on an important moment in our nation's history that we all just lived through, because there are valuable lessons to take from it. Much like you, our nation's elected leaders were just called upon to investigate a gravely important issue and asked to vote this week on a question with far-reaching impact. What we witnessed was our nation's leaders ignore the evidence before them, reject the chance to collect more evidence, and refuse to get testimony from individuals who have key information. Put simply, what we witnessed is our leaders fail their duty to ask tough questions and make an informed decision, and it has left a stain on our nation. I was, however, deeply moved by those senators who broke from the ranks, dug deep inside them to find the courage to do the right thing, even as they were cornered and backed against the wall. So I ask you tonight, before you vote and give your stamp of approval to the proposal that has been brought to you, which will upend successful and diverse school communities, ask yourself, do I have all the evidence I need to make an informed decision? Have I and others used my power to collect and demand more information, even if it's unpopular and even if it's hard to get? Have you and others heard testimony from those who have key information that you have a duty to consider? And have you meaningfully listened to those who have bravely come forward to tell you their story? Simply put, I ask you to listen to us. Escúchanos, por favor. Find the courage inside to do the right thing and vote no, even if it's unpopular, and even if you feel like you're backed against a corner. You have a choice. Vote no.
Thank you for your comments. Colleagues, do you have any clarifying questions on the presentation? Dr. Kennan?
Just a couple. And we had a lengthy discussion when this came to us for information not long ago. So I don't want to repeat the questions that I asked at that point. But since between this coming for information, I think it was after that you did the webinar. So I really just want to ask about the most recent events. I watched the webinar. I thought it was very well done. Thank you for that work. I just want to confirm, because you did look at, I believe you looked at the main alternative proposals and provided your comments and feedback based on the way you have analyzed, your original proposal, kind of looking at it from that same lens. Have you left any alternative proposals out? Have you neglected to look at any of the main proposals that the community has shared?
The alternative proposals that we received, we posted them all. They're posted online. We double-checked to make sure that the proposals were sent directly to us. And we posted those and talked about those and included all of them in the webinar.
That was my impression as well. I just wanted to confirm that there aren't any major proposals that were brought. I thought that I saw all the proposals that I've seen, the gist of them. The second one is, I know in the past, and we've gone through these processes a number of times, occasionally there have been issues, as always happens when you're working with a lot of data, where the community has pointed out errors in your data sets. And they email you, they call you, they tell you about it. I've found that you've been extremely responsive when people have reported errors. I just want to check to see if there have been any errors reported in your data that have not been addressed. I have not heard the community reporting any at this point, but I just want to confirm that you've addressed any errors that they have reported to you over the course of this.
The ones we've heard that we found an error, we did address. So one of the earlier analyses of walk zone didn't calculate the same information for option schools, so we did update that and provide some additional information. We did not receive other things that needed correcting. We saw different boundary proposals, but they did not meet the criteria, so the correction didn't apply.
So just to confirm then, to the extent that the community has vetted the data, there are no outstanding errors that they have reported. That's my impression as well. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ken. Ms. Van Doren.
I had asked a couple of questions, and I wanted Ms. Johnson to staff. Should I ask? Okay. So one question I had was about transportation, and I was in open office hours. I was asked about transportation to ATS in particular, moving to McKinley. And I wanted to confirm, having worked on the multimodal transportation study and being the liaison to the transportation committee, one of the areas where we have our most inefficient bus runs is to the option schools. So I believe that through this proposal, if we add students to ATS, this is just from a transportation perspective, we actually have the opportunity to increase the efficiency of those runs because we will be putting more students on them. This is my takeaway of my analysis, and I think you're going to answer the question, but that we may even be able to reduce the number of buses, depends on how many more students we add. But then lastly, I think we have a goal of trying to get bus routes to 30 minutes at most. It's our goal. We're trying. We'd love to, our hope. But that we have not implemented the bus stop program with ATS, but we will, and that will shorten bus routes. So I just wanted to set that up because that was my understanding. So clarify now.
Sure.
Ms. Haldeman.
Okay. Yes, our plan with transportation is to move our option programs to a hub stop model, service model. Hub stops are more consolidated stops, put in centralized locations where we can pick up more students from a single stop. So currently, I'll use ATS as an example because I've done some analysis on this and I've started to speak to the community about it. We have 13 buses that serve ATS right now, and one specialized bus. So about 580 of the students are assigned to buses. We have just a few in the walk zone, and it is a rather small walk zone, so that's not surprising. And about 68% of the students do use the bus, which is great. However, the bus capacity utilization itself, and when I say capacity utilization, it's looking at how many seats that a bus can hold or how many students it can hold, and you divide into that the number of students that are on the bus. And so of the 13 buses together is about a 46% utilization rate. So if I were to put that in terms of the number of seats that remain sort of on the table, if you will, or on the bus, I guess, 13 buses have a capacity of about 845 seats, and that's at planning for 65 students per bus. Truth be told, there's a design capacity of 77 students per bus. However, that's a very uncomfortable bus ride, so we don't, try to aim for 77. So we've got about 390 of those 845 seats in use, which leaves about 400 and some on the table or on the bus. So we'd really like to use those buses better. We did implement a hub stop model at the Montessori program this year, and we were able to go from 9 buses to 8 buses. So that was 1 bus down. And every fall, we do counts, ridership counts. And I took a look at last year's counts for the Montessori program versus this year's counts, and they're relatively consistent. So, and I've heard from staff, or rather I haven't heard from staff, because the buses are arriving on time, and that was a big problem that we had last year with our Montessori program. So our hope, I think, in implementing the Hub Stop program is that we could go from 13 buses down to at least 11 would be my hope for that. If we could do better, then great. But I think 11 would be, an ideal number at this point.
And shorten the time, hopefully.
Shorten the times, yes. All of the, and the routes have, the bus routes have been shortened.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Haldeman. May I ask my second question?
Yes.
The second question, thank you. It's not about transportation. Thank you very much for that information. The questions we've had about the ability for families to attend extended day when the programs move, if the programs move, and provide emergency transportation. Are those issues that we'll deal with? It seems to me there can be flexibility around hopefully extended day opportunities perhaps, as well as emergency bus funds or transportation funds. So I just wanted to know if that's something that we are going to talk about, because I understand that that is a very keen issue in the community.
We plan to look and explore every opportunity that we can identify with the school communities to make these moves work for them. And we'll work with our other departments, because sometimes there's logistics with that, and then there may be some resources that we need to set aside to allow for it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And I'm going to use my third point just to make a comment, and that is I have listened to every community that has come and spoken to me. I have read every proposal. I have met with people who have taken me through their proposals, and I have listened to people in multiple languages. That has happened, I think, by all the board members. So I just wanted to point that out, that we are respectfully hearing all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Any other clarifying questions or comments? Ms. O'Grady?
Ms. Stengel, when we were speaking about the staff proposal earlier, I had asked about the potential new neighborhood school that would be in the Roslyn area, and whether you felt that with the makeup of the community in that area for a neighborhood school, whether that could create yet another diverse neighborhood school in Arlington, which, because of our previous housing patterns, can be challenging. What is your early analysis of that school?
I think the school community there is going to be diverse, and I think the school community at Science Focus will continue to be diverse. As we are looking at the next boundary process and looking at what we've done before and looking at other ways, I think we need to see if, and work with the attorney to see if we can use affordable housing affordability as another indicator of helping us balance demographics. You know, right now we're restricted to free and reduced lunch, and that is based on students, but we also know some of the housing impacts that. And when we begin to build boundaries, what we will do is build it up from and looking at sort of, can we make some adjustments one way or the other, like we did in the last boundary process. We made, when we looked at that boundary for Oak Ridge, what we did was we aimed to move schools closer to that average. We're not going to be able to balance out free and reduced lunch across our schools because of where our community, where housing is. However, we did make choices that moved the schools closer to the average rather than further away. So, you know, there's an area at the western end of Oak Ridge that is close to Drew, and it could have gone in either direction. We left it at Oak Ridge because if we had moved it out, it would have had the opposite effect on both schools. And then we also looked at the Fleet boundary in Gilliam Place. That's a planning unit that today, or at the time, did not have any students in it. We made a split. We knew there were a lot of kids that come from new high-rise buildings, and so we were able, they were in the middle of 3 potential boundaries, and so we made the choice to move them to Fleet, to continue to have Fleet not go further away from that average again. So I think we've got, as we look at the housing that is currently in Arlington, and then those that are coming online very soon. We know right next to the Heights building, the Queens Court Place apartment building, which is a committed affordable housing, will open up in time for these boundaries, and it's gonna produce a lot of students, and we know that there's an affordability piece there, and we believe that, you know, as we're looking at all of the housing that's coming on in this area, we need it. We also have, I think we looked at the number of students at Key who live in the boundary and the science-focused boundary. There's about 200, including pre-K, who are currently pre-K to 3. So the 4th and 5th graders will be gone by the time we do this. We hope most of those kids will go. We recognize some of them won't. But we also have to plan to allow for, if students stay, that we've built in that capacity in this boundary process too. So we're looking at all of those things as we get ready to draw boundaries next fall.
Any other clarifying questions? Mr. Goldstein, I understand you have a motion.
I do, thank you. So proposal number 1, the proposal, undertakes a program move to set the stage for a county-wide neighborhood boundary process commencing this coming fall. However, proposal 1 was constructed using the prior year's projections. Current projections released this past December 2019, show a dramatic drop in system enrollment over the 10-year projection horizon compared to the prior year's projections. Although system-wide enrollment declines significantly, different school locations continue to show large enrollment increases, while under-enrollment worsens in other locations. Clearly, this proposed program move will create more seats, more neighborhood seats along the Roslyn-Ballston corridor. However, it's not clear to me how the program moves in this proposal will prepare us to address the capacity utilization imbalances we see by 2025. 2025 is 5 years away. Enrollment projections for 2025 include children already born, and as such, we can have more confidence in them than in projections for years beyond 2025, which estimate children who have not yet been born. Projections for 2025 show us declines in enrollment at Tuckahoe, Nottingham, Discovery, Drew, Hoffman Boston, and Long Branch, and all but one of those are projected for double-digit under-enrollment. Similarly, projections for 2025 show projected over-enrollment at Abingdon, Ashlawn, Fleet, Carlin Springs, and Oak Ridge. All of those are projecting double-digit increases, notably 35% at Abingdon and 28% at Oak Ridge. And by the way, enrollment balancing is not the only objective of boundary adjustment. So these projections were not factored in when Proposal 1 was created, yet present considerable challenges when undertaking boundary adjustments planned for this fall. So before voting on the program moves, I would like to get an understanding from staff that they have a concept envisioned for addressing these sizable declines and increases that are projected. I'm not asking for detailed boundary planning now in advance of the fall process, but the reality is that we now have a new current set of projections, new and different. The concept would need to describe for each challenging location which capacity planning tools are envisioned to be applied. We have several capacity planning tools in our toolbox: boundary changes, pre-K program location moves, physical expansion, targeted transfers, buses, relocatables, effective walk zone changes, instructional program changes, expanding option schools, grandfathering, etc. Accordingly, I move that we table the vote on the program moves until a future date as determined by the chair and the superintendent, when we can learn from planning and evaluation staff a concept for the neighborhood school boundary change phase that does incorporate the current 10-year projections released in December 2019. Thank you.
Is there a second? I'll second Mr. Goldstein's motion. You're welcome. Are there any discussion of the motion or comments, or would you like to move to a vote? Dr. Kennan.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Ms. Stengel about the premise that Mr. Goldstein shared. So he referred to specifically some of the overcapacity schools coming up in the new projections: Abingdon, Ashlawn, Fleet, Carlin Springs. I believe that the primary purpose, my understanding from what you have presented to us, is that the primary purpose of the program moves is that there are more students in need of a neighborhood school in the Courthouse, Roslyn area than there are no neighborhood seats for those students. And as you pointed out, it's a diverse population in that area. Do the new projections show that not to be the case anymore? I mean,
What the new projections are showing is over time, we will see fewer students coming, but that is further out. We're still continuing to see growth. We still have this need for seats in east of Arlington Science Focus. As we look at those kids who attend Arlington Science Focus, they actually surround the Key School, and that is where we're seeing the most development. And over the past few, since the start of school, every week Arlington Science Focus has enrolled more students. There are kids coming now in buildings that we haven't typically seen, some of the more high-rise apartment buildings that are high costs, and we're seeing that. I don't know if it's a change in the pattern or not. I also want to say that when we're looking at those projections for schools over the 10 years, that is with the current boundaries and not making those boundaries adjustments. We have to make the boundary adjustments along with making the changes when you look at those projections. So there's a balancing there. The other piece is we haven't laid out the plan for pre-K. We're beginning to build that with our elementary principal group. We know that right now, we have moved pre-K out of a lot of our neighborhood schools to provide capacity relief for those schools that have seen more kids come in than they could accommodate. But we also know there are kids across a lot of our elementary schools who are attending pre-K in other places and who are eligible for pre-K. So one of the things that we will be doing this spring, as well as looking at capacity and doing some work around that, is planning for those pre-K programs to make sure that we redistribute them across the schools and that we have them accessible to students who are income eligible for them. We right now have Montessori seats up at Jamestown. There's 2/3 of the seats are reserved for students based on income eligibility. Families are turning those down and not going, and they're saying it's sort of the logistics of getting to the school, it doesn't work, as well as if without aftercare and all those other things, it makes it a challenge. So we want to make sure it's close because the kids who the programs are designed for are not able to take advantage of those. So we have all of that work to layer into what we do in preparation for next fall. And I would just add the other thing. Our proposal is also based on who's here today, as well as those new housing units that we know are coming on in the next 2 years. It's not the longer-term projections. It's the Roslyn Ballston, that eastern end of it is here now. Columbia Pike, the western end of Columbia Pike is here now. The National Harbor, National Landing area, that new area, yeah, whatever. That area we believe will be coming as we see that housing coming, you know, and I don't want to say that the projections we just put out is a long-term trend. We look at them every year and we're seeing a lot of new housing coming online, and we need to be watching that annually to make sure that we're ready for it.
So, bottom line, what I heard you say was that the rationale for the program moves remains under the new projections. And then as a follow-up question, I assume you will be using the new projections as we go into the boundary process this fall.
Yes, and actually right now we're producing those planning unit level projections, which we only do ahead of boundary processes.
Mr. Goldstein, I will be voting no on your motion as I believe the new projections have not changed the basis for the staff's proposal.
Thank you, Dr. Kennan. Are there any other comments or questions? You made the motion. I'm going to give the table to everyone else, and then I'll go back to you. Ms. O'Grady, do you have anything you want to share on Mr. Goldstein's motion?
Thank you, Ms. Stengel. I wanted to ask you, I think in Mr. Goldstein's motion, what I heard was that he implied that this proposal was kind of void and divorced from our new projections. Do you feel that the proposal that the staff is putting forward is not in alignment with our future projections?
I think it sets us up better when we look at where we have neighborhood schools and where we have students today, and we expect to continue to have students. It actually makes the access to neighborhood schools more equitable for some of our communities. Right now, we have lots of kids taking long bus rides, distances that they go past multiple schools because we've built a lot of capacity. We are opening Reed near McKinley and Ashland, 3 of our biggest elementary schools, with the additions that we've put in place. And so our students live on one side of the county, our school capacity is in another part, and we're going to be moving a lot of kids there. And as we looked at this, we looked at not only the potential for walkers, knowing that some kids are not going to be able to walk because of the moves that we're making, as well as those distances for other children to attend the school. Will they attend the closest one, or we're looking at a radius of sort of going to one in the direction? This sets us up to do that. Otherwise, we're really sort of challenged to move everybody west to where the seats are and everybody north.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to share that I will not be supporting Mr. Goldstein's motion. He is asking to delay it and then have me work with the superintendent to determine a new date. We have a CIP process starting in May and June. and the preliminary work is already starting in the next couple weeks. We have a boundary process, and we have a superintendent search. And our budget. All of that is commencing now. If we delay this vote, we are just delaying something that we already have the information. Our community has provided us significant details on their proposals. They have provided us data. They have scrubbed our staff's data. They have critiqued our staff's data and our staff's proposals, and they have shared with us numerous proposals and advocacies. We have heard it, we have studied it. So it is incumbent upon me, with all of that data from our specialists in the community who have touted us about their expertise, which I respect and admire. And I have looked at these proposals that are intense and numerous in data and studied them, and I recognize how much time you took to go into those. And so I do have data from the community, and I do have data from my staff. And postponing this vote does not bring me more data. It just brings me more data analysis, which we are already doing. And it's incumbent upon us as board members to make the decisions with the best information that we have at hand. I don't understand how I'm going to get any more information from this point until 30 days. And postponing this process into September is not something that I think I can consider. Considering the CIP process, there is no perfect solution, but considering that we have to vote on the CIP process and determine where we're going to invest those dollars to build seats, I am not supporting Mr. Goldstein's motion for those reasons at this time. And then at the following motion, I will share where I am. So we will now vote on the motion. Oh, Mr. Goldstein, yes.
Thanks. I appreciate everybody's, comments, thoughts, because I know everybody spent a long time reviewing staff work, community work, cogitating on what they've learned from both staff and community members. So you thank everybody for that. I think I heard you say something about delaying this to September. I'm not suggesting that we delay this to September. I'm suggesting that we get a little bit more information, which I think can be done rather quickly, but I'm not going to go back into that. I do want to make a public service announcement, and that is that on Tuesday, February 11th, we'll be having a work session on the new projections and the annual updates. So there'll be a lot more clarity at that time about those new projections, which I'm sure are, mysterious or confusing to some people. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now ready to vote on Mr. Goldstein's motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion fails 1-4. May I have a motion on the interim superintendent's recommendation for elementary school planning?
Yes, Ms. Talento, I have a motion. It's quite lengthy. I hope you'll bear with me. As Arlington Public Schools expects to welcome 30,000 students in 2021, it is essential that all schools are used efficiently. Since spring 2018, APS planning has worked to address the following long-term challenges: to use elementary school buildings efficiently, given the imbalance between where students live and the available neighborhood school seats across the county; to meet capacity needs posed by rapid growth expected along the Roslyn-Ballston, Columbia Pike, and Route 1 corridors; and to establish elementary school attendance zones that help manage the growing demand for APS bus services and resources. A 4-phase process has been established to address these challenges. Phase 1 began in the fall of 2019 to address the imbalance between where students live and where there are available neighborhood seats. Phase 2, coming up this spring 2020, to prepare planning unit projections and preliminary planning for program moves and school moves if action is confirmed. Phase 3 in the fall of 2020 to develop boundaries for neighborhood elementary schools. And Phase 4 in the spring of 2021 to support schools in preparing for transitions once action is confirmed. Phase 1 of the elementary planning process focuses on the challenge of creating attendance zones given the imbalance between where students live and where there are available neighborhood school seats. To manage growing enrollment and use all available space efficiently, APS has been exploring countywide solutions that involve potential school moves in advance of the fall 2020 boundary process. To be effective for the 2021-22, for the year 2021-22, concurrent with new elementary school boundaries expected to be established in fall 2020, and the opening of the new 725-seat elementary school at the Reed site, the superintendent's recommendation includes a majority of McKinley students moving to the Reed site, Arlington Traditional Program moving to the McKinley site, Key Immersion Program moving to the ATS site, and the Key site becoming a new neighborhood school. The recommendation addresses the urgent need for neighborhood seats in the Roslyn Courthouse area, allowing APS to ease overcapacity at some schools and develop more compact boundaries while positioning APS to address future capacity needs in a dense, fast-growing area. The interim superintendent's recommendation keeps more students together across all schools in the upcoming boundary process, helps address the imbalance of elementary school seats across the county, provides much-needed neighborhood elementary school seats in the Roslyn Courthouse area for September 2021 without constructing an addition or a new school building, manages demand for APS bus services and resources by developing boundaries that allow more students to walk to neighborhood schools and minimize bus ride times, brings a county-wide immersion program closer to more Spanish-speaking students throughout the county, helping to encourage their participation, which supports the program's 50-50 dual language model, and expands access to the Arlington Traditional County-wide Option School by allowing more students to enroll at a larger site. I move that the board approve the interim superintendent's recommended Proposal 1 school moves, effective for the 2021-2022 school year. Proposal 1 school moves, concurrent with new elementary school boundaries expected to be established in the fall of 2020, and 725 new elementary school seats at the Reed site, achieves the following. It moves the majority of McKinley students to the Reed site, moves the Arlington Traditional School Program to current McKinley site, moves the Key Immersion Program to the current ATS site, and the Key School site becomes a new neighborhood school. This proposal does not constitute a boundary change under the general APS boundary policy, and in any event is intended to take precedence over that policy as to these specific matters. Rather, boundary adjustments and grandfathering considerations will be included in the fall 2020 process.
Is there a second?
Second.
We'll now allow for discussion of the motion. Dr. Cannon, would you like to start the discussion on your motion?
I shared a pretty lengthy comment, but I do want to take a moment first to thank you, Ms. Talento, for your leadership in shepherding us through this process. I know that you've really helped keep us organized, overseeing all of our questions, community input and such. Similarly, board colleagues, as has already been mentioned, there has been a lot of engagement throughout the community, everyone working with their liaison schools, and long open office hour sessions and a lot of other engagement that we've done. Ms. Johnson, to you and of course your staff, thank you for your leadership and really being a steady hand at the wheel throughout the process. There have been a lot of questions and follow-ups, additional analyses, and really everyone has worked very hard and diligently. And at the end of the day, what we have, as I've said before, is a bold proposal that addresses our long-term needs, and I encourage my colleagues to support it.
Thank you, Dr. Kennanen. Ms. Van Doren?
I just want to say thank you very much to the community for your active engagement and patience with us as you explained your proposals and shared with us your strong feelings about the love that you have for your schools and the community that you're in. So thank you very much for that. I also really just want to thank the staff. I see some pretty tired people who have worked exhaustively through this process, and I really have to thank you so much for that. Thank you for your time and your energy. It's deeply, deeply appreciated. Thank you.
Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, thank you. I also want to say thank you to all of the hard work that we are the recipients of today, now, and will be in the future. Staff's done a huge amount of work yeoman's work pulling this together. I don't think anybody can really understand how difficult and comprehensive it is to try and pull something like this together. Community has also done a lot of work for which we thank you. I always say that more eyes and more brains on a subject ultimately yields a better product. Staff's work and the community's work has helped inform us. We have all spent countless hours looking at, digging into, asking questions of both staff and the community and each other. So I just want to say thank you about that.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. O'Grady?
Thank you, Chair Talento. As an activist parent, before I became a member of the school board, I had the opportunity to sit on the South Arlington working group, the South Arlington boundary process, and be a parent at a school that eventually was impacted by the most recent elementary boundary process. I was also school bond chair, and I can remember trying to get the community to embrace the opportunity for us to build a new school in our school system to alleviate overcrowding, and how the community came together. But over the last two experiences of trying to figure out how to fill those schools, it has caused so much angst and anxiety in our community. And I'm so sad that as we all come together to try to figure out how to handle our boundary issues, we wound up having so much hurt over trying to figure out how to fill our new schools. And for that, I know and I feel the anxiety in the community. I've met with many of you. I remember your stories. And I remember your concern for your children and how you're going to move forward. And so I want to share with you that I understand this is a very tough moment for you. I also want to explain that this is a process. And as we try to figure out how to work with our growing school system, we have to make intentional steps and work with the communities that are most affected. And so I feel that this is a necessary step for us to move forward, to be able to address your concerns and be able to address the overall needs of our system. As we start to move together, I offer as the liaison for some of the communities that are most affected to come back as soon as possible and talk about concerns, if you would like me to. And I don't need an answer now, thank you. One of the things that I have learned and seen in this process, being a 20-plus year veteran of our school system and working with our community, is that I have seen our communities, school communities, come together in different ways that I haven't seen before. And I've appreciated our different school communities that have not worked together, coming together to try to find out solutions. I hope that we will continue to do that as we move forward, what I understand is a tough process for our community. I have heard some of the concerns that have been related tonight and for the several weeks leading up to this. And I want to share with you that as we continue to move forward, I want to work with our communities. I know that there is concern about the ability for us to be able to continue to support our diverse communities at the option schools that will be impacted by this decision. I would like to take some of those concerns that have been brought, specifically transportation concerns, and try to figure out ways that we can work with communities to keep those communities together and to support our diverse communities at those schools. So I will be looking at that, including I will support, if this moves forward and ATS grows, the opportunity to increase the VPI number of students. That is really one of the main reasons why that school remains as diverse as it is. I would also like to say that as our Spanish immersion community is concerned about keeping its the heart of the school, which is our Spanish-speaking community, I think that this is the right time to expand on the conversation about immersion. I think we need to, as a full immersion community, from every school, pre-K, elementary, middle school, and high school, to have a conversation about immersion in the community. And I think this is the right time to do that, so we can figure out how to continue to support the program, which I understand right now for some members feels upset. And I hope that we will continue to work together as a community. This will be hard not just for the communities that will be affected by this decision, but also communities that are going to be affected by upcoming boundary changes. There are schools and communities that have gone through this already, and I hope that we all can come together and talk to those communities and continue to work together to figure out how we can move forward so that issues and concerns can be addressed. And so I will be voting yes tonight, but with the understanding of being able to continue to work with the communities to try to move this together. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Gracias por estar aquí esta noche. Yo primero voy a comentar en español. Ustedes me han preguntado a mí que haga la decisión difícil, que haga la decisión correcta. Y para mí, la decisión fácil sería no apoyar a esta recomendación. ¿Por qué? Porque tengo el apoyo de mi comunidad. ¿Por qué? Porque las personas que están abogando por esto son personas que yo respeto y que conozco. Sería fácil para mí poder decirle a mi personal que la comunidad ha venido con propuestas que son válidas. Eso sería una decisión fácil para mí. La decisión difícil es pensar en todo el condado y entender que estoy afectando a muchas comunidades. Si yo no muevo a la escuela aquí y en ese aspecto muevo a las otras escuelas, lo que pasa es que la comunidad donde ustedes viven y sus vecinos pierden dos escuelas. Pierden a la escuela de ASFS y pierden a la escuela de aquí. Porque ASFS van a tener zonas alrededor de ASFS. Y la comunidad alrededor de donde están sus vecinos van a estar en buses yendo a otras escuelas. Y la comunidad alrededor de donde están ustedes no tienen acceso aquí garantizado. También es afecto a la escuela de Barrett y la escuela de Ashland. Afecto a los demás condados, las demás comunidades. Entonces, es una decisión bien difícil para mí tomar esto porque yo no salgo ganando de ninguna manera. Y la realidad es que yo estoy aquí tratando de abogar por nuestra comunidad y por las personas que no tienen voces. Pero ustedes dicen eso, ustedes vienen y me dicen que está mal. Por eso les digo que la decisión más fácil para mí sería no apoyar. Pero yo voy a hacer la decisión que yo pienso que es lo mejor para todo el condado y no solo para ciertas familias, porque es mi obligación. I wanted to share that I've been asked to make the difficult decision and the right decision. And the truth is that the easy decision for me would be to not support the superintendent's proposal. That would be the easy decision for me. I would have the community support. I would have the Latino community in Key supporting me. I would be able to say to my staff, I have the community support, and we've seen options that have some potential. That would be the easy decision for me. But I'm not here to make easy decisions. I gave all of you an opportunity to talk to me and our board and to listen, and I'm just asking you to listen back. If I don't move Key, then the community at Key, the community you're advocating for, loses 2 schools. They don't have access to Key, and the boundaries around ASFS will be walk zones. So those communities will then be put in buses to other schools around the area. I also affect the community of Barrett, in the community of Ashland, the community that currently goes to Arlington Science Focus. Many of you will be pushed out of that school. Communities surrounding, I looked at the proposals provided to us. There's alignment that isn't working. The demographics are not supporting, and we're moving communities that are underserved to places that are farther for them to reach. I've looked at the information that is provided to us. I am making the difficult decision for me. I am making the decision that I believe is right for the whole county. By moving ATS and Key, I am moving a whole program that I am not splitting apart intentionally or by force. We are providing support systems for all of our schools in this process to move together. If I don't move these two schools, I am dividing all of the communities around them, and these two schools will not have any ramifications to them. The McKinley community is affected no matter what we do. So the goal is to minimize that impact. So I've looked at the information provided. I have studied it. I believe that this is the best decision we can make at this time for planning purposes, for supporting the entire county and ensuring that there's minimal impact to all of our schools. There are other voices who are not represented here tonight who have come to advocate and share about their concerns. I know this is hard, and I am sorry that this is not turning out the way many of you would have liked, but I will not be, I will be supporting the superintendent's recommendation this evening. We are now ready to vote on the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 4-1. Our final action item this evening is this fiscal year 2019 final fiscal closeout. Ms. Johnson, would you please?
I'd like to introduce Leslie Peterson for the closeout report. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, School Board members, Superintendent Johnson. I am here tonight for the action item on the 2019 fiscal status and CIP quarterly report. We do have one small change from when you saw this information item in January, and that is, I'm going to do a quick review. At the end of FY 2019, we had $8.4 million in funds available for reallocation for the school board. 18.4 million from savings from our operations, and $3.6 million, reduced by $3.6 million that we had to return to the county, and then reduced again by $6.4 million for capital projects funds. When we presented the information item, we had recommendations to put funds into the compensation reserve and also to purchase a core router for information services. Since then, we have determined that we need to add one item, and that is the funding for the superintendent search, so we have added that. So out of the $8.4 million in funds available for reallocation, 7.8 will be going to the compensation reserve, and 0.6 will be used for expenditures in the current year that are needed. That's all I have.
Thank you. Are there any speakers? Are there any questions or comments on our closeout? Okay. Do you have comments? I have a motion. Oh, okay, great. So may I have a motion?
Yes, I have a motion. It's quite lengthy. It involves a lot of dollar figures, so I'm going to go slowly and make sure that I don't misspeak. I move that the board adopt the following resolutions. Number 1, to carry forward funds remaining from FY 2019 to FY 2020. It is recommended that the school board adopt the following resolution. Resolution number 1. The school board requests the appropriation and increase in county transfer of $8,377,994 to the school operating fund, which represents the combination of budget savings from fiscal year 2019 in the amount of $18,375,639, less a decrease in local tax revenue from fiscal year 2019 in the amount of $3,557,644, which is below the amount anticipated and budgeted for in the fiscal 2019 adopted school board budget. Number two, to provide for the purchase orders and incomplete projects encumbered as of June 30th, 2019, that will be paid in fiscal year 2020, it is recommended that the school board adopt the following resolution, resolution number 2. The school board requests the reappropriation of encumbrances and budget increases to the fiscal year 2019 schools budget as indicated, as follows. School operating funds, $9,084,260. Capital projects fund, $19,935,639. Community activities fund, $260,902. Food and nutrition services fund, $18,631. Number 3, in order to continue the special projects and construction projects for which the budget period does not coincide with the school year, it is recommended that the school board adopt the following resolution, resolution number 3. The school board requests the reappropriation to fiscal year 2020 of the balances in both the grants and restricted programs fund and the bond construction fund as follows. Grants and restricted programs fund, $5,074,348. Bond construction fund, $87,678,992. 4, in order to retain the current fund balance reserves, that is balances as of June 30th, 2019, it is recommended that the school board adopt the following resolution, resolution number 4. The school board requests the carry forward of the following fund balance reserves. In the school operating fund, $15,149,258 for fiscal 2020 adopted budget use of reserves. $10,941,029 for future budget years reserve. $2,512,239 for VRS reserve. $684,474 for future debt service reserve. $2 million for separation pay reserve. $1 million for health insurance reserve, self-insurance. In the Food and Nutrition Services Fund, $5,485,656 for fund balance. In the Capital Projects Fund, $39,459,031 for capital reserve. These reserves will be carried on the books of Arlington Public Schools until the school board authorizes the use of these reserve funds. Number 5, in order to authorize the use of the funds appropriated from Arlington County to Arlington Public Schools in resolution number 1, it is recommended that the school board adopt the following resolution, resolution number 5. The school board authorizes the superintendent to use the amount appropriated from the county in Resolution Number 1 and carried over to fiscal year 2020 as follows. Addition to the compensation reserve, $7,750,994. For uses in fiscal year 2020, $627,000. For a total authorized uses of carryover funds of $8,377,994. How did I do?
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. That was actually an excellent read of that motion. I really appreciate it. Is there a second?
Second.
Or is there any discussion or comments? Okay, we are now ready to vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Peterson.
Thank you.
We have 5 information items tonight. First, we will hear proposed revisions to School Board Policy D-1.32, Financial Management, Debt Management. Ms. Peterson, I think you'll be presenting this to us as well.
Yes, it does.
Yes. And just real quick, colleagues, I know that we're going to just push through on the next 5 information items, so if you need to step us away, please feel free to do so. These are information items. You can hear it in the back, and they will come, the majority of them will come forward for consent at the next school board meeting, in case you missed that part. Okay, Ms. Peterson, thank you.
Thank you. I am here to present changes, recommended changes to Policy D-1.32, Financial Management, Debt Management. The summary of the changes is as follows, and there are detailed documents on board docs which outline all of the changes in the policy itself. The policy was last reviewed in October of 2007, so it's due for an update. We did add language to the policy that dealt with the monitoring that was consistent with other policies. The school board has, in the last couple of years, aimed to put monitoring language in its policy so that there is that monitoring process that goes on every year, and we come back to you with information on that. We updated the references section to update the where you can find the other policies that this relates to. We provided consistency in nomenclature. There was many times where it was Arlington County or the county, so we provided consistency in all of that. We made minor wording and punctuation changes, and then we made changes to the policy implementation procedure that goes along with this to reflect the changes that were listed there, as well as updating some references to county policy that we need to follow.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Are there any questions or comments on this policy? Oh, speakers? No, do we have any speakers? Ms. Elliott, do we have speakers the rest of the evening? Okay, so I'm just not going to ask for speakers. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Ms. Peterson. There are no questions. I mean, this will, we'll expect this to come to consent, for consent next.
Yes, on February 20, we'll come back for consent. Thank you.
Next, I know. Next, we have the proposed change to the Dorothy Ham Middle School Architecture and Engineering contract. Ms. Johnson, would you please introduce our staff?
Yes, I'll introduce Jeff Chambers to do the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers, for being here with us late this evening. We always appreciate your visit late at night.
Good evening. It's been a while since I've been here. This is a Dorothy Ham Middle School. We have bring to you a change to the architect engineering contract. A change to the architectural engineering contract is required due to the extended project duration. School board is required because it exceeds $100,000. The current change is incorporated within the current funding, so we're not here to ask for an increase in funding from what has been approved so far. Just a summary of the AE contract, the preliminary design services and the design services for the project and previous approved changes have a subtotal of a contract value of $3,708,571. The proposed change is to add $240,000 to that for a revised contract sum of $3,948,571. We're making the recommendation, or staff is making a recommendation to improve the individual change value of $240,000, to establish the new fixed fee total of $3,948,571 as the basis from which any future changes, to measure any future changes, and increase the existing purchase order to include the added contract value.
Thank you for the presentation. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments on this presentation? Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you, Jeff. So just remind me, November, I guess, we added some amount of money to the total project cost. And are we seeing that reflected here in the revised contract sum, or are we seeing a portion of that authorization?
Yes, this is a portion of what we had included in that, so we are within the amounts that we were looking at with the additional funding you have approved.
Okay, but there is still more to the funding we've approved that you're
Correct.
not using yet.
This is just for the AE portion of the contract, which was one of the items that we had when we came to you for additional funding for the project. This is an individual change order for the AE firm, and because it's over $100,000, we have to bring it for your approval specifically, even though you approved the funds that was included for the AE as an estimated number that we had. This is the actual number.
And can you look forward and estimate if there will be more of these changes coming for something else, not architecture and engineering? I don't know what, construction materials or something?
Yeah, we had additional items that we will be bringing to you that we had in that funding request that you have approved with regard to change orders that we have to work with the contractor, et cetera. But this was settled with the architect, engineering. We came to a conclusion.
And of that money that we approved in, I think it was November, so you're only increasing the revised contract sum by $240,000.
We're not increasing the sum at all. We're only increasing their contract. The contract for the AE, we're increasing their contract value, utilizing the funds that you had approved in November.
Oh, okay. I mean, doesn't this say proposed change, $240,000 for a revised contract sum of, a little bit more than the subtotal?
With the AE, correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I think we're saying the same thing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Thank you, Mr. Chambers. We really appreciate it. Are you presenting our next item as well?
Yes.
Okay. So this item that you just presented will come back for action on the consent agenda at our February 20th board meeting. And so now we will hear the proposed Heights building change to architecture and engineering contract.
Okay. This is a similar change. This happens to be for the Heights project with the change to the architectural engineering contract. A change is required due to the extended project duration and additional scope we had asked the AE firm to do. The school board approval is required because it exceeds $100,000, and the change is incorporated within the current funding that you have approved, and so no increase in funding is necessary. Again, we had preliminary design services. The design services of the AE firm and the previously approved changes totaled a contract value of $9,133,556.89. I don't know where that pennies came from, but proposed change is to add $825,000 to their contract, which would be a revised contract sum of $9,958,556.89. So we are recommending, or staff is recommending, that the board approve the individual change value of $825,000, establish a new fixed fee total of $9,958,556.89 as the basis from which to measure any future changes, and increase the existing purchase order to include the added contract value.
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Goldstein.
I think same set of questions, probably the same set of answers, but additional one is, and I should ask this before, and what are you planning to use this for? I mean, is it earmarked for something?
This is specifically for the architect engineers additional services request that they had requested, and we had included in the additional funding, and you sent us back to negotiate with them. This is the negotiation that we came to, which was less than the amount that we had in that contract.
Okay, it's not architecture and engineering work designed to create or implement or fix a particular thing or three particular things.
No, this is work they have done through the process of doing construction administration, and some of the request was from earlier design work that they had done. So this is all work they had done. They provided a claim to us of they wanted X number of dollars. We negotiated it, and this is the amount we came to.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, colleagues? Okay. Thank you. I'm just going to interrupt us one moment because I noticed that our interpreter Stella's in the back, and I just want to take a moment to thank her before she leaves. She has really been amazing throughout this whole process and has really been here. So we just wanted to take a moment to say thank you for being here this evening to support our community through the difficult processes that we've had. And I just want to do that in case you slipped out on us before the end of the meeting. Okay, have a good night, Stella. Okay, so now we are going to hear the fourth information item on the proposed contract for Kenmore. And I just want to double check on that. We're at that one, right? Did I skip? I'm a little tired. Did I skip one? I did skip one.
No, this is the right one.
Excellent. Okay, Kenmore.
One more.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chadwick, for being here with us this evening.
You're welcome. Thank you. Where would we be if facilities weren't the last four items? Because as Dr. Murphy would have reminded us, teaching and learning is top dog. This is an item to award a contract for Kenmore roof coating restoration. Roof coating restoration is required for the Kenmore Middle School because it will extend the life of the existing roof system for an additional 20 years and get us an additional 20-year warranty on the roof. It retains the value and integrity of the roof assembly, the insulation, and the drainage system of the existing roof, so there is virtually no disruption to the school or to what we have already paid for. It circumvents interruptions for school that a full-blown re-roofing project would create, and it's about 1/3 the cost of a re-roofing project for a school of that size. And it also prepares for the solar PPA project, so that we should have no work to do on that roof during the life of the solar PPA contract. The work will occur in the spring and summer of 2020. Bond funding for infrastructure to include roofing has been included in all previous CIPs, as you know. Funding available for this roofing project totals approximately $950,000, and staff propose funding the project using those infrastructure bond funds. The invitation to bid for Kenmore Roof Coating Restoration Project was issued on December 13th, 2019. 3 bids were received on January the 7th, 2020. 2 of those 3 bids were deemed responsive and responsible, and the superintendent's recommendation is to authorize staff to award contract 40 FY20 for Kenmore Roof Coating Restoration Project to Northeast Contracting Corporation in the amount of $905,000.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick. Are there any questions or comments? Mr. Goldstein.
Yes, so I guess this would count for the same question on the next item, but why does roof coating need to be restored?
It needs to be restored for 2 reasons. One is that roof's been there quite a while now, and secondly, we need to have a roof that will last and have a warranty for the period that the solar panels will be, the contract we have with under the solar PPA is there. So we have to have a roof that won't need replacement during that period.
Did I miss that part about the solar panels?
No, we did mention it.
Okay, so I know we've got future plans for solar panels beyond what we've already got, but so in every case, are we going to need roof coating restoration when there's?
You're going to see one more for Jefferson, which is the next item.
Okay, but I know we've got plans in the future. Every time we do solar panels, are we going to have to do roof coating restoration?
Not necessarily. It depends on the age and the warranty remaining on the roof on the building.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick. Any other questions? Okay, so we're going to go to our final information item, and this is the proposed contract award for Washington Liberty Roof Coating Restoration Project. Mr. Chadwick.
Thank you. So this is very similar to the previous one. It will extend the life of the warranty for an additional 20 years. It retains the value of the roof assembly. It circumvents interruptions to the school. It's 1/3 of the cost of a re-roofing project, and it prepares the roof for the installation of the solar arrays under the power purchase agreement. Work will occur in spring and summer of 2020. Bond funding, infrastructure bonds have been included in previous CIPs. The funding for this roofing project approximates $1.2 million, and staff propose funding the project as before from infrastructure bonds. So the invitation to bid was issued like the other one on December 13th, 2019. 3 bids were received on January 7th, and again, 2 of the 3 bids were deemed responsive and responsible. The interim superintendent is recommending that you authorize staff to award contract 41 FY20 Washington Liberty Roof Coating Restoration Project to Northeast Contracting Corporation in the amount of $1,128,000.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions on this item? I just have a clarifying question. When we act on these, are we acting to move money, or are we just acting to authorize money because the money is already in our CIP funding for whatever that last slide said?
The funding is currently available. We just need your authorization to use it.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify what we were acting on because all of these items are coming on consent. So if I get the answer now, we can keep it on consent instead of pulling it off at our next board meeting. So any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chadwick. We appreciate the presentation. And we are now at new business. Board members, is there any new business? Okay, seeing none, this meeting is adjourned.